Hey, 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 we're back. It is Monday, October 2023. We got a little bit of everything to talk about, guys. It's been 5 days. Welcome back, guys. I have missed you so much. We're about to get into it, though. There's some crazy stuff going on all over the place. Let's do this thing. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back, everybody. I missed you all so very much. I hope you're all doing wonderful. Wow. You guys remember me? It's been a while. Remember my name? You know who I am? It is great to see you guys. I promise you I do. Still very good to see you guys. Yeah, it's been quite interesting, folks. Quite interesting. 5 days, guys. 5 days. I think it's been 5 days. Almost. Yeah. Yeah, it's almost 7 actually. Today's Monday, so I think Wednesday was my last day out here. Um I hope y'all remember me. That's all I can say. um I'm still not 100%, folks. I just started on a steroid and another antibiotic, so I'm hoping that this will kick this stuff out of me. I really hope, because it's not fun. I promise you. Having asthma sucks when you get respiratory issues. It really does. So it is what it is, guy. And the thing is I actually was gonna try to do a few live streams, but I kept getting short of breath, so I didn't want to give you guys that. And you guys deserve like the very best that I can give you. So I wasn't giving you that. And I'm so very sorry. I promise you I'm so very sorry that I missed it. Because I did miss you guys more than you know. I've had some pretty boring, crappy days because I haven't been doing this. So here I am, and I am so happy to be back. I got to take it slow. Um, but we will get back into the groove. So bear with me, guys. If I stop talking here or there, it's because I'm getting short of breath again, but I will make it work. Um, definitely. It's like we got 79 beautiful peeps in here. We got 36 likes. Give me a little bit of a, can we make a match today? If we can do that, come on, come on, come on. if we can, please, please, please. I appreciate it, guys. So very much. I really did miss you guys a lot. Let me see here. Well, I got messages from people telling me get it together and stuff like that. And I'm just like, I'm trying. Good Lord, I can't help I got sick, you know. Believe me, I'd rather be here with you guys than laid up on the couch. Really try. So I tried to get back sooner, I promise. Like I said, I thought I was going to be able to do it last night, but my wife had different plans for me last night. So, and I mean, I get it. I haven't been able to do much with her either. So, excuse me, I may be doing that a lot too. So, so be it. So let's see who I am so lucky to have the grace of having here with me again today. 89 people, 50 likes. We're getting there. We're getting there. So let's see. Let's see. It looks like Miss Kells is in the house. Welcome back. Great to see you. Jeanette Swainpole. Good to see you, my dear. Jay Lit, what's going on? Welcome back. Nothing half-assed. Good to see you. Virginia Wolf, what's up? Good to see you, brother. Miss Sherry, the awesome Wisdom Speaks. Thank you for joining us today. Of course, the lovely Miss Carolyn Miller. Thank you for being here today with us. Let me see here. Student girl, welcome back. What's going on? Miss Bonnie Bailey, always happy to see you, my dear. And I'm doing a little better. Thank you for asking. My man, Danger Zone, what's going on, brother? I know. How dare me, right? Kaleido Hope, what's going on? Good to see you. Welcome back. Batshit Crazy, great to see you. Thank you for being here today. Lisa Vallejo, welcome back to you. Miss Bernice Rivera, great to have you here. Great to see you. Rowena Moses, always a pleasure. Katie Quarters, I love seeing you here. Thank you for joining us. Cammy Q, always happy to have you here. One of my awesome mods. Thank you, moderators, all for being here and having the patience to wait on me. I appreciate you all so very much for that as well. Judith Arrington, welcome back. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Non-judgmental, welcome back. Great to see you. Let's see. Let's see. SRB, my dear. Good to see you. How are you? Good to have you here. And Miss your girl, welcome back. Good to see you. Cryptic Conversion, same for you. Sunshine, I missed you as well. Thank you so much for joining us today. Lisa and Cannoli, great to see you. Doodlebug, what's going on? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Of course, the awesome and wonderful Canadian cat lady. So great to see you. I've missed you so very much. Great to have you here. Let's see. Doc's in the house. What's going on, Doc? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Let's see. Shelly Stairs back. Welcome back, Shelly. Good to see you. Sarah D. Irish. Welcome. Great to see you. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Good Lord, I've missed you, my dear. Thank you for being here today. I appreciate you. Jacqueline Keeley. Thank you for joining us. Definitely not a holiday. I don't take holidays, my dear. I promise you I don't. The only way you're not going to see me is if I'm sick. That's a fact. Excuse me. Thank you, Molly. Mrs. Kelly, great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Ray Baldock, thank you for joining us. I appreciate the comments, guys. I'm sorry that I didn't get on the community board and let you know what was going on. I just didn't have the energy when I was awake to do much of anything. I tried to hang in the Discord a little bit, so my apologies. I should have been a little bit more communicative on the community board. You know what I mean? So I promise you next time I will be. I'm so sorry. Marina girl, welcome back. Great to see you. Miss Teresa, great to see you. Cappuccina 877. Great to see you, and I appreciate your message as well, Cappuccina. Thank you for that. All of you guys that left very kind messages, and I appreciate that so very much. I really do, guys. More than you know. T2014's in the house. Great to see you. Good to have you back. The Karma Police are here, folks. You better behave. Great to see you. Tina B, what's going on? Good to see you. Everybody gave up on me, Molly. They're all gone. Where is everybody? Oh, I'm okay, Tina. I appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. Crystal Welton, good to see you. Wildfire, welcome back. Good to see you. Kit and Kaboot. Let me say it right. Kit and Capoodler. That's a new one. Good to see you. New faces, new names. Always a pleasure. It's about the same time I had this last year, too. I had walking pneumonia last year. I don't know for sure what I have. Mm-mm. That's not your fault, Molly. That's my responsibility. I just didn't have. I didn't have the energy. I'm so sorry. Dakota Parker, what's going on? Good to see you. Happy Monday to you. What's up, Willie? Good to see you, brother. Good to have you here. Kells, Dago, my is watching you. Your what is watching me, hun? Party of 5 in the house. Good to see you. Welcome back. No worries, Kit. American Princess, welcome. Great to see you. Good to have you here. Oh, your cat is watching me. That's awesome. That's I love cats. That's awesome. Let's see. Dakota Parker. Cammy Cute. Yeah. Oh, I hope he likes me. At least I keep him busy, Miss Crystal. And we got 110 people, guys, with 66 likes. You know what I'm going to say, especially now. I really need the support now, guys. 5 days I've been gone. It's not been good. It's okay, Molly. You don't have to apologize. My responsibilities. Your can is orange and a psycho. Is that what you just said, Willie? Your cat is orange. I'm guessing you're saying your cat, but Miss Gina, good to see you. Thank you. I'm getting there. Jesse Santiago, thank you for joining us today. All the meatballs are here today. Thank you guys for joining me, for jumping in the sauce with me today to spill a little bit of this sauce. Carrie Louise, great to see you. Thank you so very much. All the way from over the pond. Great to have you guys here. Life, Love, and True Crime, welcome back. Great to see you. Let's see here. Miss Paula Litzen, welcome. It's great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Miss Jessie Lynn, thank you for joining us. I missed you all too so very much. So very much. And again, guys, that's what I figured, Willie. No big deal, buddy. We got some stuff to catch up on. First off, I mean, not a lot, but there's some stuff. BBY, what's going on? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Been a while. Thank you for the info, Kim. I appreciate that. Good to see you. Where's Miss Cassie at today? Let's make them likes match, guys. I got 120 of you guys in here. That's awesome. Let's get the likes up there so we can get out there in that algorithm. Please, please. I definitely got to catch up on some stuff, and all the bills are coming due once again. And I didn't even do anything this week. So, Cowboy, what's up? Thank you, brother. I'm glad to see you too, and I'm glad to hear that you guys missed me. I really am. Yeah, there's some new docs that dropped in Idaho. It's nothing more than it's nothing really, and it's all sealed. So that's right, BBY. Murky Piglet, welcome back. Good to see you, and thank you for that. I appreciate it. Miss Gail DeGucci, welcome back. I've been sick, everybody. Still sick, but I'm here. I am here. I couldn't go another day. Also, we have that to talk about. And then, oh my goodness gracious, look what we got. First thing this morning, or this afternoon. SRB has been a member for 4 months, guys. How about that? Yay, yay, yay. Congrats, SRB. And thank you for everything you do for this channel and for myself. I appreciate you so very much. I really, really do. Not really gay yet, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there. More medications, always. We got 134 people in here. That's awesome. Absolutely amazing. We still only got 78 likes, though. Let's do this, guys. Let's do it. Congrats so very much, SRB, and thank you for being part of this family. I do appreciate you so very much. Really missed you guys a lot, guys. I did. A whole lot. And my face may end up getting red, folks, because I'm taking these steroids. Solumedrol, I think it is. Yes, leave the DNA on the like button on the way in the door, if you will. Please, please, please. I appreciate it so very much. My Browns won yesterday. Hey, it was by sheer luck. I'll say it that way, but it was. We won it. The hardest team in the league. 5-0, the 49ers, and we beat them. How about, that's what Cleveland always does. Thank you, Miss Paula. I appreciate you so very much. ATS News, good to see you. It's been a while. Thank you for joining us today. So, like I said, guys, like I said, there's some new docs that dropped in Idaho, and it's nothing special. Everything is sealed as always, and it's typical stuff that they drop. Okay. I know. I agree, guys. On the Browns thing, that was pure luck. That really was. And there's no way. I was sitting on my couch with what strength I had, screaming, "Kick it to the right! Kick it to the right!" I'll be damned if he didn't kick it to the right. So we got lucky because we pretty much. I had pretty much given up on that game, as I thought most people did. Miss Nellie B, so awesome to see you, and congrats! 4 months Nellie's been a member here, and I appreciate you so very much, Nellie, so very much. Thank you, just for being you. Great live stream yesterday. There she is. The salty sleuth is in the house. I have missed you all, every one of you guys, so very much. Oh, I'm sorry, Jaylit. I'm so sorry to hear that. Be boppity bop. I'm working on it. I am working on it. It's today a birthday. Nod nudgemental. Haha. Yeah, I think we were 2-2. That should move us up 3-2, and that should bop us to. I think you're right. Congrats, Nelly, and thank you for being here with us again. I appreciate you so very much, and I've missed you all. Absolutely, Nelly. You did a great job. Absolutely great job. If that was your first one, you did amazing. They're just going to get better as you go. Crazy P, what's up? I see Groot. What's going on, Groot? Good to see ya. Yeah. It's been an interesting few days, guys. I'll say that much. Thought I was going to end up in the hospital, but luckily some things started breaking up a little bit. What's up, Eddie? One made nuts in the house. Good to see everybody's here. It's good to see you all. Thank you so much for joining us. We're at 83 likes now, almost there. Let's see what we got going on. I do, BBY. I have, I think, Miss Sherry, if you can put the links up for that. My channel is 100% crowdfunded. That's a fact, and I appreciate that, BBY. I really do, because like I said, the bills are coming. Keeps the internet and all that other fun stuff paid. So anybody that does that, please know you are so very much appreciated. It is not mandatory, and I don't expect it, but I do appreciate it, folks. That's a fact. That is a fact. Yeah, one of the Sherry or one of the mods could put those up there so I can. There we go. Thank you, Miss Sherry. There's the links to PayPal, Cash App, and the Venmo, and I appreciate that, BBY, so very much. And again, there's some crazy stuff that just has recently been popping up in Delphi about some leaked footage from the defense, and it's caused some crazy stuff to go down. We're going to talk a little bit about that. And there's a news story out there about a 13-year-old boy that unalived his mother and then contacted 911 and told them he did it. And sadly, now she's deceased. Just a little bit of crazy, guys. A little bit everywhere. So we're going to talk about a little bit of everything. There's not, like I said, there's really nothing to talk about with the Delphi thing. I just want to let you guys know that there was some new docs dropped. I'll show them to you, and then we'll move forward with that one. Yeah, he really did too, Willie. There's something going on with that, man. He's having a rough time in there, that's for sure. 25 years. I mean, literally, whatever weight he had is gone, and he just looks way old. Absolutely no problem, BBY. You are appreciated. I thank you so very much for that. Yeah, there is. There's a whole lot. Salty's right. A whole lot going on in Delphi right now. And like I said, we'll jump into that one. I could probably do that one first. Talk about that. Yeah, Kelly, good to see you. And then because there's only documents, I'll show you what they were. Because there's everything's sealed again. Nothing's new. It's the eighth time they're asking for discovery, folks. The eighth time. Can you imagine 8 times? I don't know if it's the defense trying to make it look as if I don't even know what the hell to think with this anymore. I not really, Willie, not a whole lot. They really don't have a whole. I mean, it's different. It's different. But yeah, it's crazy. And we're gonna talk about it a little bit too. Give you guys that option as well, because you guys, it's been 5 damn days. Yes, the Lions won. I was surprised too. You're okay, Kels. Paris girl, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. First thing is first. Give me a minute here. Let me get this all loaded in for you guys. Again, thank you guys for joining me. 158 of you guys in here, and I appreciate you guys so very much. Jesse Lynn, Exhibit G could cause harm. We can look into that if we can. Definitely. Thank you, Jesse. Appreciate you. 3 months. That's awesome. CR, welcome back. Great to see you. 8 times in 12 months. 15 and 24 of Chad Daybell. The average is 78 per year in Idaho. Keep it in pros. I know what you're saying, dear. And you are right. Yes. I don't know. It's, I don't know. It's just, I don't even know what they're asking for at this point, though. Like, she has stated that they've given over everything. We've heard her say that, you know? So, Bonnie B, good to see you. Thank you for joining us very much. Yeah, he needs to come in, I think. He's yapping all over the place out there. Our new little Mr. Milo the dog. Let's see here. All right. Probably new search warrant returns. Oh, is he done? Done. Yeah, running all over the place. All right. All right. Let me see here. Mama 4, thank you for joining us. Super happy to see you guys. Somebody told me in my comments I was checking them out to stop saying hi to everybody. Well, guess what? It's not going to happen. So I'm sorry if you don't like it. My apologies to you. And again, I was informed, and you know how I do things. I don't care what the deal is with what we got to cover. 12, what's going on? I should look like a ghost. I feel like a ghost. I was a ghost for a while. Ann W, thank you for joining us. I think everything's been being sealed, Ann. Gene Anderson, thank you for joining us. It's great to see you as well. All right. Sooner Girl. Well, I hope so, J-Lit, because I know a lot of other people do. That's a good point, Eddie. Good point. And we can talk about that. Absolutely no problem. Thank you for being here, CR. I appreciate you so very much. I really do. All of you guys for jumping back in. We got 144 people here, and that is awesome to me. I am super duper appreciative. We're at 94 likes. We're almost there, guys. We're getting there. We are getting there. That's what I said, Miss Kells. It's okay. Tomboy Charm, what's going on? Michael 007. Yes, it's Dago. What's up? Oh, yeah, he's running around like crazy behind me. That's our new addition, Mr. Milo. He's super hyper. He's nothing like Oscar was. Oscar was just didn't even move half the time. I had to move him to make sure sometimes, but he's a cutie though. He is. He's sweet too. It is cold here too, Tomboy. I promise you it is. All right, guys, let's get this show on the road here. Let me see what I got. That's not it. 1 second. Because it is. Oh, yes, Paris girl. I got a new little dog. Hey, Jesse, good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us today. Lynn69, always happy to see you. Milo, come here. Can't even whistle yet, folks. Come here. Come here, buddy. Milo. Come here. He'll come. He'll come eventually. He's still getting comfortable with the situation. He listens to me too. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. Okay. There he is. That's Milo, the ghost dog. He's all white. He's a white Oscar, is what he is. He looks just like him. Don't you? I know. Yeah, I know. Say hi. Look. Say hi. Up there. Look. See it? Yeah? No? No? Okay. All right, you go now. Oh, okay. My puppy's died now. Oh, what's up, Paladin? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us again. All right. And it is. Where did she go? His name is Milo. Yes. Laura, good to see you and thank you. Where did they go? It is a birthday today, and you guys know I cannot pass that off because you guys deserve that and more. Well, look at that. CR gifted 5 true crime memberships. That is amazing, CR. Thank you so very much. Let me see what we got here. Looks like. Where'd they go? Where did they go? Where did they go? Swear to God, my son is deaf. Well, thank you, Paris. Oh, well, I hope your husband's okay, Paris girl. You got my prayers and thoughts. It's not showing me over here. A little bit, Tomboy. I have the Dallas case, yes. It doesn't show me who it is. Oh, wait, there it is. Looks like Salty Sooner Girl. Sooner Girl was gifted. Salty Sleuth. Yaya Kelly. Willie. Ashley Nicolette. Welcome to the sauce, folks. Thank you so very much again, CR. You're so kind. You really are. I really appreciate you so very much. And welcome to the family. New meatballs. I appreciate you. The Mike D experience in the house. What's going on, Mayor? Good to see you. Fallon, welcome back. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Mayor. Miss Kara Willis, welcome. Good to have you here. Good to see you. All right. All right. We got to get this birthday wish out real quick. I can't find her now. Yes, that was Caden as well. He had no school today or Friday. This kid got, they have more days off of school than they have in school. It blows my mind sometimes. Of course, he was happy. So wherever you guys are at, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. I hope you guys are having a great day. I'm so happy that you guys joined me today. 171 beautiful people. Gene Del Rio, good to see you. Um, and we have 112 likes, guys. We're in that algorithm doing our thing. I am super excited. Non-judgmental, yes. It is your birthday. And I am so excited to be able to do this for you because you deserve it, as do you all. Let's go with this one. This one's a little funny. I like this one. This is all because I love you guys. I mean, I wish I could do more, but you know.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
There you go. Happy birthday to you, non-judgmental. I hope you have the you possibly can. That was cute. The best day you can. Thought I'd change it up a little and be a little different. So happy birthday. Make sure you're wishing non-judgmental happy birthday and that you have the very best day possible today because you deserve it. And again, Paris girl, my thoughts and prayers with you and your husband. I hope everything is okay and everything gets better. I'll be thinking about you. That's right. Happy dang birthday from Danger Zone. So, moving forward a little bit, guys. Like I said, we're talking. I'll show you the document stuff. Everything's sealed though, so I can't show you much. I'll just show you what dropped. Oh, I did it again. Every day. I don't know. I swear to God. Anyway, and then what I want to talk about first is that there's some crazy info that dropped about Delphi. There was some information leaked via the defense. Okay, and it turned out to be something that shouldn't be leaked at all. Nothing. Certain things, really definitely shouldn't be leaked, but this definitely shouldn't have been leaked, and it was crime scene photos. Ah, there he is. Stevie Irwin, my brother. It's so good to see you, man. I've missed you guys a lot, all you guys. Thank you for being here, Stevie, and thank you for wishing non-judgmental, happy birthday. Yes, we are, Sherry. Thank you for that. And thank you guys for getting us out in the algorithm so very much. But there was crime scene photos supposedly leaked. That's bad because we know what they are, okay? And it just blows my mind how these things happen. It really does. And they're saying that it could threaten the trial somehow, folks. And as if we needed that. Thank you so much, SRB. I appreciate that. Again, guys, there's the Amazon wish list. I appreciate it. You guys have all bought stuff and sent it this way from there, and you guys are beautiful. I appreciate you guys for that so very much. I wouldn't have half of this stuff if it wasn't for you guys. So thank you. In Delphi, yes, Willie, something definitely leaked. And like I said, they're stating that it was crime scene photos. That's bad. Very bad. I'm going to play this so you guys can get the gist of it for those of you that don't know about it already. And then we'll go from there. Okay, SRB, no problem, dear. Well, see, that's the thing, yeah, is the person that was from the defense that did it is no longer with the defense. There's the problem. Okay, that person no longer works with the defense. Criminality, what's going on? Good to see you. Oh, there she is, my Brandy. Good to see you, dear. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. So I think that's where this all came from. Right, Willie. Like I said, we're going to check this out. We'll talk about it a little bit and put our opinions out. Thank you, Jesse. I appreciate you so very much. And move from there. Let me know if you guys can hear it okay, by the way.
Details after a family tragedy last.
We'll get to that here in a little bit. But so there it is, folks. I mean, it's basically what happened was as somebody that worked for the defense leaked this. And like Salty had said, it was last week when it first good Lord. Losing my train of thought already. Come on now, Dago. 8 months ago. So sorry about that. 8 months ago was the first one. That was the 3 crime scene photos. This was the same person that supposedly leaked the F and that we saw on the tree. The what they alleged F on the tree. And now this was leaked to somebody else who knew somebody else that leaked it to somebody else, and one of these people very sadly took their own life. It's kind of crazy. You'd think that, I don't know. I don't know. Very strange. Everyone has a price, unfortunately. Bree McG, good to see you. It wasn't the person from the defense that did it. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. As if it wasn't crazy enough. Like Salty said earlier, there's a lot going on with this case. That sadly I didn't get to touch on a whole lot of it. We talked about a bit of it, and we didn't get to catch up on all of it. But yeah, there's a lot going on with it, and here we are again. You know, a lot of people are saying that you know, it seems convenient. The timing's kind of crazy. Blah blah blah. I mean, this is your guys's. These are your guys's. This is your. I'm gonna give you guys the time to talk about, of course. Sketchy stuffs. Yeah, it's crazy. It is crazy. Thin Mint 501. Good to see you. It's a new name. So there's that. It is a big mess. That's a fact. Criminality, big mess. And then, like I said, the documents. We're going to talk about this other thing. There's not a whole lot to. I don't even know what to say about that because it's really kind of a mess, guys, with the leaked info supposedly. That's pretty crazy. What's up, War Eagle? Thank you for joining us. And thank you for that. Appreciate that. Roll Tide roll. Let me see. All right. So there's that part of that that's going on, like I said. And there's a little bit more to it, I'm sure. You know, if I were those podcasters, that would have been, I would have called immediately. I would have deleted I would definitely wouldn't want to have something like that. Definitely not. Nona McPoppin's in the house. Good to see you. Yeah, I think that's been being said already. Yeah. For sure. It's a good point, Virginia. It could be that, or it could be. I mean, it could be a little bit anything. It's hard to tell which way to go with this one. I mean, there's a lot to it. Well, Exhibit G, unfortunately, it's I think it's sealed, Jesse. There's nothing I can do about it, I don't think. But I am gonna take a look real quick here and show you guys that real fast. Bonjour. Again, guys, thank you so very much for wait a minute, what? Hold on a minute. Okay. Sorry, guys. That was something had my confused the hell out of me there for a minute. Okay. Bear with me, guys. I'm still catching up. I'm got stuff piled up all over the place in here. I'm so sorry. I'm getting there though, I promise. A.R. Hayes, my friend. Good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing well. Veronique Bergot, good to see you. Welcome from France. All right. So, one moment, guys. Okay, so this is the first one, which is, of course, second here. Defendant's 8th supplemental request for discovery. Please take notice that undersigned pursuant to Rule 16 of the Idaho Criminal Rules, the 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments to the Constitution of the United States and Article 1 and 1, 2, 13, and 17 of the Constitution of the United States, of the state of Idaho, request discovery and inspection of all materials discoverable by defendant per ICR 16B1-8 and the aforementioned constitutional provisions, including but not limited to the following information, evidence, and materials outlined in Exhibit G. I'd like to know what Exhibit G is for sure. Yes. Great videos you've been doing, AR. Samira David Dalby, good to see you. Great stuff. Absolutely. So there is that. Okay. That was dated as of well, where'd it go? October 12th, 11:41 a.m. So there's that one. As I told you. But I'm sure you guys have seen this because I've been gone for a while. So, but I still like to show you guys. Absolutely, AR. All right, and then we had it's all dropped on the 12th. It says, and this is again a stipulated motion to file Exhibit G attached to the defendant's 8th supplemental request for discovery under seal. This is the motion to seal it, of course, which we know how that's going to go. Comes now, Brian C. Koberger, by and through his attorney, Ann C. Taylor. Public defender hereby moves the court for an order to file Exhibit G of defendant's eighth supplemental request for discovery under seal. Under seal, sorry. This motion is made pursuant to ICR AR 32I 2D and E and IC 74-124 1 B and C because 1, the documents contain facts or statements that might threaten or endanger. Same stuff we see all the time, guys. Every time. 8 times now, and then some. Endanger the life or safety of individuals, and 2, it is necessary to preserve the right to a fair trial, and 3, disclosure would constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. There it is. There's that one. There is that one. Let's see here. And like I said, I'm sure I'm probably behind. I'm sure everybody's probably showed you all this stuff already, but Seema Turner, good to see ya. Oh, you guys haven't seen these? Okay, well, I'm glad I'm doing it then, or at least some of you guys. Stipulated motion to file Exhibit G attached to the defendant's 8th supplemental request for discovery under seal. So it's sealed. We're not going to know. Sadly, I'd like to know what it was, but it's read the same way everything else has been. You know what I mean? That's possible. That's a huge possibility. Welcome, Miss April. It's great to see you. And thank you. Maybe the 8th time's a charm and the state will get their... I don't know. I still like to know what they don't have yet. That's what I'm curious to see. Because she's even stated that they've given everything. Absolutely, Jesse. So there's that one. Let's see here. And of course, this one here is the order, or we just looked at that one. I'm sorry. They ordered to file, and I don't know if I showed you guys that one, or that's one I just showed you. Yeah. No, it's not. This is the one I was trying to show you. My apologies. I'm still kind of out of it, folks. I'm trying to get it together, I promise. No problems, AR. Absolutely great stuff, brother. Order to file defendant's Exhibit G attached to the defendant's supplemental request for discover under seal. Right. Okay. Served as. And that's it. And I don't know of any way to figure it out, folks. Sadly. Yeah. Right. We can talk about it. We can figure out what you think, see what you guys think, of course. That was the point today because I've missed you guys. All the stuff how they got the name BK is a good point, Gene. That would be interesting to see. Those are it. That's it, guys, for right now. So, okay. All right. So, let me see here. I try, Jesse. I do. I'm working on it, April. I'm still out there. Miss Annie Ruler, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. That's what I said before, Eddie, is that I don't think the state's holding things back, guys. I really don't. Because she said it multiple times that they've given them this, they've given them that. They're giving them what they need, you know? IGG. How they got to him, there was quite a bit. They were still, yeah. Well, I knew at one point they had said there was one more document they were waiting on at one point, but we don't know what that was. What do you think about what, Steve? As far as what, Gene? Which like specific, if you could, if you don't mind. So while we're doing that, I'm gonna do this, and then at the end we're gonna talk about that other scenario that I have on the tail end of the title here, because it's pretty crazy too. All right, there's a link, folks. Eddie, anybody that wants to jump up here and conversate about Idaho or Delphi, please do. We're gonna get into that other thing at the end of this, but if you're Eddie, if you're gonna come up, I'd like to have him come up first, folks, and then after that, everybody else can jump in behind him. Anybody else that would like to join us today? Oh, the mess. Yeah. I don't know. I don't even know what to say about that, Gene, because I don't know if it's true. I don't know. It's hard to tell what's true or what's not true. You know what I mean? Here he is. My friend.
Are you able to hear me?
Absolutely, loud and clear. How are you?
Well, I'm fine. How are you doing? I missed you.
I've missed you as well, my friend. I miss all you guys. I'm getting there. I'm still not. I'm probably about 40% right now, but I was not going to go another day without this, so I'm taking meds.
I didn't catch I don't think I was here for like the first 15 or 20 minutes of your live. Did you say what you had?
It's a respiratory thing, but I don't know if it's. I have a tendency to get what they call walking pneumonia regularly, at least once a year or every couple years or so. I know I got something respiratory. He said, I did quadruple tests for COVID. It's not COVID. I'm asthmatic, so when I do get something, it automatically goes to my chest. I think it started, I'll be honest with you, my allergies and my sinuses were pretty jacked up, and they started draining. And not to be gross, but when that happens, it goes to my lungs, and then the asthma starts kicking my butt. And like I think it was Wednesday, I was kind of short of breath when I was in here doing this, and I just ended it, and I was like, I think I'm gonna go. And I've been down every day up until yesterday. I started feeling a little bit better, but I'm still out there. What's up, Randy? Good to see you. So, and Rita, good to see you as well. And I started another round of a Z-Pack today, and it's called Solumedrol dose pack. It's like a steroid dose pack to kind of kick everything in. And so hopefully that'll boost it and get things rolling for me.
Well, stay well. We don't like to see you gone for so long.
I appreciate that. I do. I saw, like I said, a lot of very kind comments. There was a couple of people that were obviously not real happy and were telling me to get my stuff to get your shit together and blah, blah, blah. And other people are doing better than this and doing better than me his way and that way. And I'm like, well, I'm sorry I got sick. I felt bad about it, but I can't really control that, so whatever. But anyway, I didn't pay much attention to those comments, obviously, but all the kind comments from everybody else were really meant a whole lot for me. That's what happens with me, Jesse, is that even if I get just a common cold, it can turn really ugly real quick. So I got to be careful. Kelly Mack, welcome back. Evie Marie, great to see you. All you guys that are just now jumping in, I appreciate you so very much. But yeah, it's been a rough few days. I'll just say I thought I was gonna end up at the hospital, to be honest with you. I still look like The Walking Dead, but
Well, the Browns won. Did that help to make it a little better?
yeah, other than the fact that I was screaming my brains out and couldn't
Ugh.
catch my damn breath, especially at the end. I was screaming, excuse me, I was screaming, kick it to the right, kick it to the right. And he absolutely kicked it to the right. That was pure luck. That was complete pure luck, but I'm super happy.
Well, they have you to thank then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
From what I understand, my mother was doing the same. I'm a complete Browns family, my whole family, from the moment I was born. And of course, from the time their whole lives. So our whole family are like diehard. You know what I mean? Wherever we're at, we're all screaming and yelling the same thing. So everybody in my family was watching, saying the same exact thing: is kick it to the right, kick it to the right. And I saw that one guy come. He laid over the front of where the kicker was, and I don't know if that distracted the kicker, but he laid out completely. And I was just like, I think the team was even in shock. They panned over to the guys on the bench, and you could read the one guy's lips. I couldn't remember who it was, but he was like, he said they all looked down and kind of depressed. Everybody was feeling the same way. We were all just kind of like, oh, that's it. We lost another one, you know? And the dude was like, he effing missed it. You could read his lips, and everybody went nuts. Which was amazing to me. It was a hell of a game. I'll say that much.
I was watching.
5-0.
Yeah, it was reminiscent of, watching the Vikings. Like the opposing team has enough time to drive to get within field goal range, and then that's going to be the end of that, and we're going to lose the other game. So I was happy that the Browns were able to pull through. Ugly win, but a win nonetheless.
Yes. Yeah, I was actually glad to see Jesse in here. I was going to ask him his thoughts on it, because we always do this. The Browns can play and beat teams they're not supposed to be beating. The best teams in the league, they'll beat them. But the teams that don't know what they're doing, that are playing like shit that year, we lose to. And it never makes any sense to me. Cleveland is just nuts. So either way, it did make me feel better yesterday. That's for sure. I was super excited. Welcome, Chris and Chris. Good to see you guys. And Peaches, you as well. And thank you for that. I appreciate that so very much. So yeah,
they're kind of a spoiler.
Yeah.
They're the spoiler.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, I would love to continue talking football, but we got this eighth motion to compel.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
I was kind of going through my notes here. I think that was the June 27th hearing that they were asking for the training records of the 3 officers.
Yeah.
Information from the FBI CAS team, the cell phone records that were mentioned in the PCA, which led to his arrest.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I think information from the FBI examiner team that was looking for a 2011 through 2013 Hyundai Elantra.
Right.
And those records, by the way, were in the final stages. I wonder if they're still in their final stages.
Well, yeah, that's what my point is. Is that what they're still waiting on, or is it something else? You know what I mean?
Right. Something new, or just something that they've requested in the past and still haven't received.
I just don't understand. Dinky, my friend, good to see you. 8 is a lot, in my opinion. But I'm still confused. I'm still confused because we've heard Ann say a couple different times that they're giving her what they're supposed to be giving her. So what are we waiting on? And like you made a comment earlier, maybe it's not the state that is holding back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just feel like, okay, so they have the client and they know that he wasn't there and he didn't do it. So it's almost like, which one of you FBI agents up till this point who has been remaining anonymous wants to step forward and put your signature on some of these documents and expose yourself and perjure yourself, because we'd like to know, how his DNA got on that sheath too.
Yes, sir.
Please enlighten us. Who wants to sign that one?
I agree. I do agree.
So, on the last time we were together, I think we were talking Delphi, and that was Tuesday of last week, I think. And
Yeah.
Jennifer Coffendorfer alludes to the fact that, the FBI BAU has a huge data bank of cases that would have been similar to this Odinistic ritual, and they can refer to that and make a link to this Delphi case.
Right.
Well, of course, accumulation of information on past crimes is a tool which aids in the success of solving future crimes. That goes without saying.
Mm-hmm.
So in similar fashion, there would also be on record instances where criminals, whether they're planning for a crime or covering up a crime, they take along with them items to place at the crime scene, for the purpose of throwing off the investigation and hiding the truth.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's many cases. I mean, you go back to Joseph was sold into slavery. His brothers showed their father this bloody coat of many colors, covered with goat's blood, and they deceived the father into thinking that wild animals devoured him.
Right.
So
right.
it's nothing new that the human mind works in that way. So
Sure.
the FBI would have a data bank of that too, but yet Jennifer Coffendorfer has never alluded to the fact that this sheath left at this crime scene in Maddie's bedroom is too good to be true. You just you wouldn't come across evidence like that and just go all in. So
I agree.
You got many cases where criminals have taken, say, for example, like a cigarette butt to the crime scene. They're going to shoot through the house window. They're in the tree line and they're hiding. And before they take the shot, they place that cigarette butt there with someone else's DNA. And then they know full well that the investigation would be able to determine the trajectory of the shot. So they're going to kind of follow along this trajectory, and lo and behold, they're going to discover this cigarette butt. And how fortunate of them.
Right.
They just have amazing luck, because this careless shooter has left behind his cigarette butt. So what do? They gather up the cigarette butt, and I wonder if their good luck will continue. Will that cigarette butt have DNA on it? So they'll get it tested, and certainly does have DNA in it. Will it lead them to a suspect?
Right.
And of course it does. The DNA found will bring them knocking on the doorstep of some hapless individual. But that's where their luck will end, because during questioning, it will be determined that that person is not a suspect.
You okay?
It goes without saying that that planted evidence will show itself in short order. You'll know that it just, the criminal was trying to outwit. So a prosecutor would also know that no jury would convict on just touch DNA alone. He would go to his investigators and say, get me a confession, get me something I can work with. This is not guesswork.
Right.
So I'm just wondering, did someone give Bill Thompson their word that the trial by media would work without fail? Also, did he willingly get on board with this whole thing? Or did they not anticipate, like Ann Taylor being this X factor they didn't foresee?
I think we had talked about that once before. If he just figured that, this is no big deal. Public defender, this is in the bag. Boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think they
maybe
also
they
did
did not.
not. I don't think they thought about everybody out here that has been critical, like looking at this critically. Nor did they maybe think that. I mean, she's got. I mean, I looked into her a little bit. She's got a good reputation, but in a case like this, you don't know what's going to happen, and she's really, really, really putting the screws to it. You know what I'm saying? Like she's not playing. So
Yeah, she's delivered such a devastating counterpunch. It's
yes, and keeps
you
coming
know
with them. She keeps
what
coming.
is the fix now? I just can't believe how they got Bill Thompson on board. But in a way, I can. Imagine the peer pressure. I can almost see it. It's like, they have everyone up to this point. Everyone else has gone along with this thing, so it'd be like him standing there in the presence of the company of everybody that's on board, and like, so what is your problem? Why do you think this isn't going to work? You have our word on it.
Right.
What's your concern again? We got so-and-so to sign off on the affidavit. You're the only one that's preventing this thing. So explain what is your concern? Explain it. What's your problem? So I don't know, peer pressure. I just don't, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here, but dang, if I was Bill Thompson, I would just be reluctant to do it without the judge being on board too.
That's true. That is true. I mean, but then again, if that's the case, Bill Thompson's retiring in January, supposedly. What, I mean, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I wouldn't want to go out like that, having that type of a case and losing it. But at this point in his career, maybe he just is over it, Maybe he's just, I don't know. I don't even know how to look at this, Eddie. I'll be honest with you. I don't know how to look at it. I'm not saying I disagree with you. I'm not saying that I agree with you. I'm still, it's hard to tell. Somebody asked me not too many days ago, if I don't think Brian did this, which I still am on the fence, okay, with him. But let's just say he didn't. Who would my suspects be? I can't answer that question. I really
cannot
can't
either.
I can't just forthright pull up a list and go this one, that one, and this one. I just can't do it. And it's got my mind blown because of that. And again, I'm still, like I said, I'm still kind of like slightly leaning. I know a lot of people are getting angry with me for this, but kind of like leaning a little to the right where Brian's guilty, but I'm being pulled hard to the left where he's not. Do you see what I'm saying?
Does that cloud? Does it? Does see? I've resolved myself. We're never going to know, and I'm not okay with that. Don't get me wrong, but in a way, I'm okay with that. It's like,
I don't think I'll
conspiracy.
Yeah, I get it. I know what you're saying. I mean, because in a sense, we don't really have a choice but to be okay with that if that's what they want.
Right.
So,
we go back to these historic, did Lee Harvey Oswald shoot the president?
Yeah, right.
Well, that's the narrative, right? That's what you're supposed to believe.
That's right.
Did Stephen Paddock shoot at the Mandalay Bay Hotel in Las Vegas? Did he do that?
That's what we're supposed to believe.
Right. It's not like, what really happened. Whoever did it is going to step forward and say it.
Right. Welcome, Bombshell. I agree with you. AR says there is evidence that does make a thought of guilty sway in the mind. However, before this kid's arrest, everyone had some guilty. Yeah. No, I know what you're saying. Go ahead, Eddie. I'm sorry.
So you know, and when I say you, I mean everyone listening. If you were the investigator and you come across this sheath with touch DNA on it,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, are you going to hitch your wagon and go all in and just, that's who did it? And
See,
not ever at one time think, well, I got to be careful with this evidence here because it just seems too good to be true.
mm-hmm.
It just, life doesn't work that way. And
Right.
and then furthermore, again, okay, so whose is it? Wow, this guy has got no connect. Let's interview him. You know, let's get a confession. Let's press, because I can't bring it to case. You know, bring this case to trial because there's no
Mm-hmm.
jury that's even gonna
Yeah.
convict.
Yep.
I need something better. I need something more. If it's planted, we'll discover it while we question him.
But that being said, I just don't see it happening. Why be so nosy? Good to see you. I'm sure that they probably did. That's a good point, though. Chief says we will never know, which might have been part of the plan. A year later, people and answers have left that town. It's so heartbreaking. I agree. I really
That's
do.
absolutely true.
100%. That's a great statement, Chief. Very, very great statement. And it really makes you sit back and go, was this really some kind of an elaborate plan? You know, I mean, I'm not saying that it is. It just makes you think. You know, Eddie made comments months ago about something being done by design. When you look at the way that this is folded and unfolded in front of us, what choices do we have? We don't have many choices with this, folks. On this hand here, we have, okay, Brian Koberger did this. They have him in custody. He's locked in. He's been in prison or in jail for months and months and months now. You know, the trial is going to come somewhere down the road. We don't know when. And now they're trying to quash the indictment. Okay. So why would we just sit here and go, okay, he did it? Well, because his phone was turned off and because he drove around that area and because his phone pinged there 12 times before this happened and because he's a little different than everybody else. He's a little off. Well, that's why you're supposed to believe he did it. That's why I struggle with this. That's what I have the hardest time with. That's why one of the biggest things for me, like I said, when they had him in custody, I was kind of relieved because they had somebody, but I knew there was a deadline. We've all known that there's a deadline. Whether the deadline is out there on black and white paper in front of us, we know it was there because school needed to start. They needed to have somebody in custody that performed this horrible crime. We know that, okay? So hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. We got somebody. They got him. Yay. We're kind of relieved. But then, like I said, as soon as documents start dropping, we all read everything on these documents and go, something's not right with this. It's just not right. What's up, Adilax? And so we start looking in a little deeper and start all these things start to pop up. These mistakes, we'll call them, that one after another, after another, after another. Well, hell, you know, I know my local law enforcement, they've made mistakes in investigations before, a couple here or there with this and that, but everything with this investigation has been a mistake in some sort, right? Okay. So again, here we go. We're back to everybody shoving down our throats. Brian did this. Brian did this. Brian did this. Brian did this. The smear campaign that we've been proxy to for however long, you know, months upon months upon months upon months. Everything points to Brian did this. But at the same time, once we go to look at all the info, a critical thinker says, no, he didn't. You know, what about the Constitution? Why did he get arrested this way? Why are you trying to use something that the FBI told you not to use? I mean, all of that stuff, it just doesn't make any sense. What's up, Red? Brain did this. Yes, Brain did it. So that's where I'm at with it. And that's why I can't. How many times I wanted to just say, okay, yep, they're right. He did it. And I put myself in that perspective and said, okay, that's where I'm going to stay with this. I'm going to just let it be what it is, because his phone was turned off and he only had one license plate on his car, and he was a weird person, and he drove around that area that night. That was his alibi. What's up, Latrell? So I'm going to make myself believe that. And then as soon as I go to try to go to sleep at night, that's when all the other things pop into my head, say, yeah, but this, and yeah, but that, and yeah, but this, and yeah, but that. And here we are again. So, and then, yeah, that's another big one. And he did it by himself. I can't believe that. I can't. I've spoken to professionals that have said, no, he didn't. No, he didn't, And I wasn't there. I didn't see what happened, how it happened, who was there, and none of that. And I'm kind of prone to believe this guy that is a professional, retired law enforcement, military, special forces, martial arts expert that says, nah, he didn't, not like that. So, just saying. That's my thought on it. But that's a stupendous comment there, Chief.
So I have difficulty explaining. Let's say that there's, both sides of the opinion. You got the Brian Koberger's guilty camp, and you got, the open-minded camp, both in the same room. And I'm trying to say that I believe that it will get dismissed, that there will be no trial.
Mm-hmm.
So the guilty camp, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I'm kind of rocking that boat with you. Go ahead.
Okay. So the guilty camp will say in response to that, oh, you witch, that's never going to happen. But they misunderstand me. I'm not saying that is like a win for Brian Koberger. I'm saying that that's a win for the prosecution.
Mm-hmm. I know what you mean.
Do you understand how that's kind of confusing to explain?
I know what you're saying. Like, we talked about this once before, I think.
If he's really innocent in this cannot go to trial.
It lets
just a setup
off. Yeah.
They want this to get dismissed.
Yes.
I mean, if you were the prosecutor and this was Brian Koberger being set up, would you like being that prosecutor and not having any evidence? How would you look in that courtroom? And furthermore, would you open yourself up to, an investigation and legal action taken against you for bringing a case against someone with insufficient evidence?
Which is exactly what's going to probably happen. So, yeah. Or what he's saying, folks, is that it would be a win to the prosecution. Oh, it would be a win-win situation on either side of things if this gets dismissed. Because one, of course, the defense wins and their client's free. On the prosecution side, well, I don't want to say free, but you know what I mean. Like it's
not a win-win. It's a win-lose. It's a win for the prosecution and it's a lose for the defense because of the smear campaign. See, the aisle, the divided room, you're still going to have the argument with the people who are entrenched in, he's guilty, because there will be no resolution. It got dismissed. He's still the guilty one.
It is, I guess, yeah, it's a flip-flop then. It's win on the prosecution side because they don't have to deal with it then. It's done. It's just been dismissed. They don't have to look at they don't have to be crucified for it because it wasn't their fault that it ended the way it did, because it was dismissed. They didn't, you know what I mean? But it's kind of a win-lose situation either way, though, because on one side of things, yes, you're right. The smear campaign has destroyed Brian's reputation, if he had one. It's done. But if you think about this at the same time, and you're right, there are still going to be people that no matter what happens, even if somebody came with some kind of absolute proof that Brian was innocent, there's still going to be a large group of people that are going to say he did this. I don't care what you say, period. All because of it from the very beginning, what has happened with him. So regardless, yes, you're right about that. I agree with you on that 100%.
Maybe someday we can talk about it further, but that's an interesting discussion to have, because
very much.
If there's a dismissal, how does that look for Brian? Will he have a clear name? Does that mean that he's exonerated? Is it dismissed with prejudice?
And that
will there be an expunction?
Yeah, a complete. Well, see, how does that work though? If he's exonerated, see, I don't even know. What do you have to go through for that?
Right. I don't either.
Expunged completely because it was dismissed, as if it never happened. How does that work? Do you know what I mean? Right. That's a great point. That's something I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into that, because that's very interesting. And that's a great conversation that we could talk about another time too. What is life like for Brian Kohberger after this? If he's it's dismissed, without prejudice, everything moves on, ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom.
Because I don't think Bill Thompson uttering the words "not guilty" is a part of a dismissal.
Mm-hmm. Is that? Yeah, I don't think that goes together that way, though. I think they would still say, "This is our guy."
This is our guy.
And that would carry over his head for the rest. That black cloud's going to float over him for the rest of his life, unless they can show absolute burden of proof that he did nothing. Okay. Then again, like I said, there's still going to be that group of people that no matter what you say, he's guilty. He's guilty. He did it. He's the guy. Nobody else exists. And the end of story. But he still has to live his life. Okay. He has to be around people. The whole world knows about this case. Let's face that. We know that already. We have people in here from everywhere. Okay. I feel like there would be a civil suit picked up right afterwards. And how does that happen? Like, how does that go? There's a whole lot that could happen with this after the fact, which is very interesting to me. Would you have to go into like witness protection or something? Because there'd be that many people that may want to have him taken out, sadly, if he is guilty, let's just say he is guilty and he gets off on this. Do you know how many people are going to really want to go after him? How's he going to live? How does it work? It's a good point, folks. Very good point.
And who would help you go into witness protection, like federal?
It would have to be FBI.
The ones that don't like him.
That's the ones that are trying to prosecute him. Yeah, come on now. I don't know. It's crazy. I don't know. These are great points. These are very good points. Like I said, his best case scenario is that somehow or another they have proof that somebody else completely did this. They have somebody else on video doing this or something like that says, okay, he's obviously not there with them. He's nowhere around. It was them. That's the absolute best case scenario for him. That way, at least 60% of the population would say, okay, I believe it now. He didn't do it. But there's still going to be that other 40% that are like, nope, I know it was him. I don't care what you're saying. And those people will try to make his life miserable one way or another. He's going to be talked down about, blah, 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 until he just disappears and fades into the woodwork and this goes away. But at this point, I don't think this will ever go away. This is going to be talked about for years upon years upon years, regardless of the outcome. It's a very interesting theory to look into because who knows what's going to happen. Thank you, Stevie.
Well, I'll
Appreciate
let
that.
someone else come up, but I still have this, thinking about the sheath
Uh-huh.
discussion that I haven't got to. I kind of brought up a different talking point today, so I still have that one on the back burner that I need to get to
Yeah,
in a future
absolutely.
time.
We will definitely make it. See, like Gina just said, she lives in Northeast Pennsylvania. 95% of the area that she lives in believes that he is guilty because of mainstream media. And that's what it is. Most of the people you ask in the area that I live in, because I've talked to people about this, they all think he did it. And a lot of their reasonings, I've asked people, why? Why do you think it's him? Well, almost, I'll say 60% of the answers I get on that are because why would he be in jail if it wasn't? Have you guys ever heard of anybody being wrongfully accused? Well, yeah, but they have evidence against them. And everybody says the same thing. I bet they have a whole bunch more. Well, why aren't they playing their cards then? They've been sitting at the table playing this game, this card game for months upon months now, almost a year. Why aren't they playing their hand? That's my biggest issue with this. They're not ready to. When are they going to be ready? When they quash the indictment? Then what are they going to do with it?
Well, that's an interesting point because that kind of goes hand in hand with, taking someone down SWAT style versus bringing them in for questioning.
Which they could have done multiple times, actually. They had him, you guys. They had him in their hands and said, nah, go ahead. Have a good day. Wow. And
They just,
sure, right. I got to say this because I do feel like the defense is really kind of playing games too. I think they both are. She's playing because she knows what she can play. Okay. And she knows the mistakes that were made, so she can play off those mistakes. That's the best events ever that she's got. They're mistakes. But she's playing it. She's playing it good because she's good at what she's doing. So I mean, I don't even know where to go anymore. It's at times I'm telling you, I've said it. I just want to wipe my hands and say, okay, he did it. You're right. I'm out. But then I go to bed, and there it comes again. There it comes. So quite interesting to say the least.
I'll hop out now.
All right, buddy. Thank you again, and we'll get that other conversation done here quickly. But thank you for
Thanks.
jumping up here. I really
Yeah,
appreciate you, sir.
thanks as always.
Absolutely. And I have missed you very much so, my friend. Guys, excuse me for one moment. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry, guys. I had to get a refill and bathroom. Anyway, moving forward. So, did anybody else want to jump up here and share their thoughts about this and or Delphi, the scenario going on in Delphi? Kind of interesting. Sad, but interesting. Welcome, Miss Kendra. Good to see you. Anybody at all? Excuse me. There's a link. Mama 4 says, if he is 100% guilty, why isn't the state saying to the defense, here is the solid evidence we have, he's guilty, but have at it and see if you can prove me wrong. Let's make the plea. They haven't. See, I've thought that same thing. I really have. I really have thought that too. And Deborah, welcome by the way, says, in my opinion, if MPD and ISP had followed proper procedure, every person that was that house when 9/11 was called should have been separated. Oh God, yes, I've said that 1,001 times. Absolutely, Deborah. Absolutely. What are we talking about, Miss Brandy? Bernice says his car is clean, and you know how lucky you would have to be. That's a good way to put it. Catching a star one-handed while having your hands full. Mm-hmm. Dinky, dinky, dinky. Donna J. Jess. Thank you, Donna. I appreciate you. I love that you love my channel. Mm. Nobody wants to jump up, huh? Miss Leslie, good to see you. Oh, thank you for that. I appreciate you. Anybody? Anybody, buddy? Nobody wants to hang out with me up here, huh? Well, foo. Alrighty then. What's up, Michael Wimmer? Good to see you, buddy. That's very true, Mama 4. All right, Dinky. Oh, no problem, Salty Hunt. Be careful. All right, Miss Molly. I miss getting my emails from Molly. There you go, email. I got you. Good deal. Can't wait to get Dinky up here. Oh, interesting. It's a little off topic, but it's a good good article to look into. Thank you, Molly. Anybody? I remember this story too about Christopher Tapp. On the morning of June 13th of 1996, Angie Dodge was SA'd and unalived to death in her apartment in Idaho Falls, Idaho. She was 18 years old, and her body was found after she didn't show up for work. The city's police department investigated the unaliving, excuse me, but the summer and fall came and went without an arrest. That changed in early 1997 after a man from Idaho Falls named Benjamin Hobbs was arrested on January 5th in Ely, Nevada, and charged with SA. After learning of the arrest, Idaho Falls police interviewed Hobbs and then began interviewing his friends, trying to build a case against him. One friend was 20-year-old Christopher Tapp. He and Dodge were part of a sprawling group of young people, so-called river rats, who hung out by the trails along the Snake River not far from Dodge's apartment. Tapp had also been seen with Dodge at a gathering the night before she passed away. Tapp was interviewed by the Idaho Falls Police on January 7th and released. He was interviewed again on January 10th, and police scheduled another interview with him the following day. Before that third interview took place, his parents hired an attorney, and Tapp didn't show up for the scheduled interview. The police went to his house, where Tapp's mother told them that her son would come to the station on January 13th with his attorney to answer questions. Rather than wait, the police returned with an arrest warrant and charged Tapp with being an accessory to a felony. This is interesting, guys. I remember this story. In the first interview, Tapp said neither he nor Hobbs were involved in Dodge's death and that he knew nothing about it. Then, at the interview on January 10th, Tapp said that Hobbs had unalived Dodge and asked him to provide an alibi. On January 15th, his story changed again, and he said that he had been with Hobbs when Hobbs unalived Dodge. He said that Hobbs was angry at Dodge for trying to break up his marriage. During most of these interviews, a video recorder was running. In addition, Tapp's attorney watched on a monitor from a separate room. One of the officers who questioned Tapp was Jared Furman, who had been a school resource officer and was seen as a person Tapp trusted. On January 15th and 17th, Tapp entered into a series of immunity agreements with prosecutors. Under the terms of these agreements, Tapp had to provide truthful information about the crime, and in return, he would only be charged with and allowed to plead guilty to aiding and abetting an aggravated battery. Tapp was interviewed on January 18th, but now there was a problem. DNA tests had come back and excluded Hobbs and Tapp as the source of the semen found on Dodge's body and clothes. The police suggest a fix, offering up the idea that a friend of theirs named Jeremy Sargis was also involved. There's Dinky. What's up, buddy?
Hello. All good to see you.
You too, my friend.
Glad to see you back.
Yes, glad to be back.
Everybody is getting a bit worried about you.
I've heard that. I saw a lot of the comments and stuff, so I'm absolutely grateful for all that as well. Lady Speedwell, good to see you as well. Everybody else that just jumped in as well. You guys are amazing. Thank you for being here. And thank you guys for all the thoughts and kind words and everything. Dinky, I appreciate it all.
That's cool. I didn't have anything particular to say, Dago. Just thought I'd jump up.
That's okay. That's okay. I'll finish reading this story here. This is an
you carry on.
Story. Tapp changed his story again and now said that Hobbs and Sargis SA'd and unalived Dodge. Okay. On January 27th, DNA test on Sargis came back. They were negative. In addition, Sargis's alibi had checked out. Prosecutors were angry and they voided Tapp's immunity agreement on January 29th because they said he had been untruthful. Also, on that day, Tapp was taken to the crime scene. His attorney declined to go. Afterwards, Tapp changed his story again. Now Tapp said that he had held Dodge down during the SA and the unaliving. Hobbs was still there, but Sargis was no longer present, replaced by a friend of Hobbs named Mike, whom Tapp didn't know. January 30th, Tapp took his 5th polygraph test. During the questioning, police told him that he could possibly get a more lenient sentence if he had been in fear of his life after witnessing the attack on Dodge. Eventually, Tapp said he cut Dodge across the breast, joining the assault because Hobbs threatened to unalive him. The police officer told him he passed the test, but would not note on his report that Tapp was deceptive in his answer about participating in the crime. On February 3rd, Tapp was charged with first-degree unaliving, SA, and use of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony, which was a sentencing enhancement. Hobbs also although convicted of the Nevada assault, was never charged in Dodge's death. Sargis had been initially charged as an accessory, but the charges were dismissed. Tapp's trial in district court for Idaho's 7th Judicial District began on May 12th of 1998. Tapp's attorney tried unsuccessfully to suppress the confession, arguing that it had been coerced. But Judge Ted V. Wood said the vast majority of Tapp's statements to police could be used against him. The confession tapes and the police explanations of their contents took up much of the trial. In the first interviews with Tapp, it was clear that police were focused on Hobbs as a suspect and trying to get Tapp to implicate his friend. They falsely told Tapp that Hobbs had already placed Tapp at the crime scene and that they could help Tapp if he cooperated. Tapp said he would help if he could, but he didn't know anything. Welcome, Michael. He was just a scared little man. In later interviews under pressure from the detectives, Tapp's involvement would steadily increase, and he would eventually say that he helped hold down Dodge while Hobbs and the third man SA'd and unalived her, and then forced Tapp to slash her right breast. During the interviews, he was threatened with the death penalty and was told that he couldn't remember what he had done because he had repressed the memories of his brutal actions. At trial, Fuhrman testified that Tapp knew what Dodge was wearing before he was shown crime scene photos, but at a later examination of all the polygraph and confession videos showed, Tapp did not mention the clothing until after seeing the photos. Interesting. Along with Tapp's confession, prosecutors also introduced the testimony of a young woman named Destiny Osborne. She said she was at a party a few days after Dodge was unalived, and she overheard Tapp and Hobbs talking about the crime. Osborne, who acknowledged being high on drugs at the party, said that she heard Hobbs say he had unalived Dodge because she owed him money for methamphetamine. That was contradicted by Tapp's statement to police, which, where did it go? I just lost it. In which he said Dodge didn't do drugs. Tapp did not testify, but witnesses provided an alibi. They said that Tapp had spent the night with a woman, and the date was clear because Tapp's girlfriend had caught them the next morning. Hold on, folks, I just dropped something. There it is. Sorry. But prosecutors presented other witnesses in Tapp's circle of acquaintances who said he had the dates wrong. The jury of 9 women and 3 men convicted Tapp on all 3 charges on May 28, 1998. He was sentenced later that year to life in prison with a minimum sentence of 30 years for the unaliving conviction and 10 years for the SA conviction. 40 years. Tapp fought his conviction through a series of appeals, challenging, among other things, the prosecution's voiding of the immunity agreement. Whether he had diminished mental capacity and the effectiveness of his attorney in suppressing his statements to police, each was rejected. Although 2001 opinion by the Idaho Court of Appeals said Tapp's Miranda rights had been violated during several, although not all, of his interviews with police. It also said that error was harmless. The Idaho Innocence Project took on Tapp's case in 2007. Following year, it requested DNA on hairs recovered from Dodge. The hairs had originally only been visually inspected, while Idaho law at the time gave defendants only a year to request retesting of DNA evidence. The hair testing was done at the request of the police department. The Idaho Innocence Project and its allies were instrumental in supporting a law enacted in 2012 that gave defendants greater post-conviction access to DNA evidence. 1 second, folks. Mitochondrial DNA testing performed at the regional laboratory of the Federal Bureau of Investigation showed that the DNA on the hair was consistent with the DNA of the semen and excluded Tapp. Tapp's legal team continued to push for a further DNA testing. During this time, Tapp's attorneys in the Idaho Innocence Project had pushed for additional testing of evidence. A judge turned down the request in August of 2012, writing, while DNA testing may be relevant in identifying one of the assailants, such does not make it more probable that Tapp is innocent. At the end of 2012, limited DNA testing was done of Angie Dodge's shirt and sweatpants and a teddy bear found with her body. Tapp and Hobbs were excluded as contributors. The Idaho Innocence Project then worked with the Idaho Falls Police Department to use forensic genealogy to determine the male lineage that matched the Y chromosome profile identified from the evidence. However, the first men tested who came from this lineage did not match the complete DNA evidence. Wow. Carol Dodge, Angie's mother, had initially pushed for Tapp to receive the death penalty. But as years, where'd it go? I keep losing this. But as years passed without any other arrests, she began to harbor serious doubts about Tapp's guilt. And eventually, she became one of the strongest advocates for his innocence. In 2013, after viewing the videotapes of Tapp's confessions, she contacted Stephen Drizin of the nation's leading experts in false confessions and a professor at Northwestern University's Pritzker School of Law. Drizin had already been in communication with Tapp's legal team since 2012. And he agreed to investigate the case pro bono. The report he published in 2014 concluded that Tapp's confession was coerced, produced through deceit and pressure, and then enhanced by the officers supplying Tapp with sufficient details to lend credibility to his statements. Drizin helped recruit the Innocence Project of New York to work on Tapp's case. And they joined the Idaho Innocence Project and Judges for Justice in the sprawling effort to secure Tapp's freedom. In May 2016, Tapp's attorney, led by John Thomas of the Bonneville County Public Defender's Office, filed a motion for post-conviction relief. They asserted that Tapp's confession was the result of police coercion and deception, and that videotapes of 3 of the 7 polygraph tests showed that coercion and deception had been withheld from Tapp's trial team. This is interesting as hell. In addition, the motion noted that Tapp's confession didn't fit the evidence. He had told the officers that the crime took place about 1 a.m. But Dodge had been with friends at about 12:30, and an autopsy showed her bladder was very full, indicating she had been asleep for some time. That motion would never be ruled on March 22nd of 2017. Thomas reached an agreement with Bonneville County District Attorney Danny Clark. Tapp's SA conviction was vacated, and the sentence for his unaliving conviction was reduced to time served. He was released from prison. At that time, Clark said the deal made clear Tapp's involvement in Dodge's death. Anyone who says the evidence proves Tapp is innocent is operating from a biased agenda or his or her own personal belief, he said. Wow. Separately, in 2017, Osborne recanted her testimony, first to Dodge's mother, then to Tapp. She said she didn't even know Hobbs. Osborne said the police had threatened to arrest her on drug charges and that she had trouble remembering events as she practiced her testimony before trial. The officers reassured her that the difficulty was due to her drug use. That is insane. After Tapp's release, the Idaho Falls Police began working with the Idaho Innocence Project and a technology company called Parabon Nanolabs in an effort to identify the source of the DNA sample. After creating a genetic profile for the sample, Parabon compared it with profiles submitted to genetic databases by people looking to identify relatives or discover their ancestry, starting with profiles in the database. Parabon was able to use other records to build a family tree through the use of genetic genealogy. DNA samples were obtained from 6 persons of interest generated from that tree. Men were roughly the right age and lived in or around Idaho Falls at the time of the murder. All were eliminated as the source. Why do I keep losing this? Sources, I'm sorry, of the semen. This family profile had come up in earlier DNA searches, but not with the precision that Parabon was able to provide. Then the analysis learned that there was a 7th person of interest in that lineage, a man named Brian Drips. He had lived across the street from Dodge and had been questioned by police early in the investigation. I remember this now. Before the focus turned to Hobbs and then to Tapp, Drips now lived in Caldwell, on the other side of the state. The Idaho Falls police surveilled him, waiting for him to leave a DNA sample through a discarded cigarette or a drink can. Eventually, they recovered a cigarette butt, which allowed Parabon to compare Drips' DNA with the sample from the crime scene. Parabon reported that Drips was the source of that sample. Drips was brought in for questioning, confessed, and was arrested on May 15th of 2019 for unaliving an SA. He said he acted alone and did not even know Tapp. On July 17th of 2019, Tapp's murder conviction was vacated. As far as the court is concerned, you are cleared of the charges you have been living under for the past 20 plus years, Judge Alan Stevens stated. In his decision, it was believed to be the first time that genetic genealogy had been used to exonerate a defendant. Afterwards, Tapp said, "I'm so thankful that I've been given this second chance at life. I've wasted 20 years of my life for something I never did, but I also grew up over those 20 years." Clark, the district attorney who 2 years earlier had said Tapp was complicit in Dodge's death, joined in the new motion to vacate the murder conviction and said, "We stringently try to hold those who are guilty accountable, and sometimes that comes late." On December 2019, Tapp filed a state court lawsuit seeking damages from the city of Idaho Falls. Ken Otterborg. Interesting as hell. Wow. Thank you for that story, Molly. That's crazy. I remember hearing about that, but damn.
That's just insane.
It's just crazy. I mean, there it is. It happens. It just happens. You know what I mean?
I was quite blown away by the fact that Idaho has a innocence project.
Yeah, I know. I know we have one here in Ohio, and I've heard of it in a couple other states, but
they must get a lot of use in Idaho.
Right. Thank you.
And crikey.
Great. Interesting story, Molly. Seriously. Thank you for throwing that in here. It's good to hear stuff like that because it makes you go, You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it's really good.
Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate that. I had a look at Parabon's website in every case where they developed a suspect through DNA. The police would follow the suspect and collect DNA to verify suspect. Good point, William. Thank you. Wow. Yeah, I'm thinking that they need to be contacted, Michael, just to say, hey, what's going on? What do you guys think of this? You know what I mean? Again, thank you for joining us, Michael. I appreciate it.
20 years, eh?
20 years.
How
I'm
many
glad
millions?
I'm glad you're feeling a bit better, Diego. Can you hear me okay? I bought a new headset. This is the first time I've used it. So,
Yeah, you sound great. I appreciate it.
yeah, I'm glad you're up and running, feeling a
I'm
bit
trying.
better, Diego. Yeah,
I'm trying. I still feel like crud, but I'm trying.
yeah. Hi, Dinky.
Hello, Michael. You all right, mate?
Yeah, I'm okay. Thanks. Yeah. I missed Diego these last couple of days.
I think everyone has.
But, I mean, health comes before anything.
Health and family first, 100%.
Yeah.
Very much so.
I'd never heard of that case you've just been reading there, Diego. That was, wow. I mean, somebody mentioned in chat they're going to give him something like 12 million. But I mean, that won't get the years back, will it?
No, that's 20 years of your life that you missed out on. 20 years of what could have been different choices you've made in your life to get, it could have been good things or bad things. You don't know because you missed completely out on it,
Yeah.
How old is he, Diego? Do you know?
Let me back up here.
That was going to be my question, Dinky. Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Thanks, Eddie.
Well, he was convicted in 96. 98, sorry. Let me see. It doesn't give a age, does it?
Convicted in 98. That's 25 years ago.
Christopher Tapp was 20 years old.
20. Well, when he was prosecuted.
I'm going to say 22.
Yeah.
So it's 47.
Yeah.
I mean, he missed out on a possible marriage, children.
Yeah.
He could still probably do that, but he's like almost 50 now.
He's missed the prime of his life, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Prime. Yeah.
Your
prime,
30s and your 30s and your 40s as a man.
Yes.
I'd say are your prime years.
I agree.
Getting close to 50, it's definitely not my prime.
Yeah. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Everything hurts these days.
Yep.
But I mean, I suppose, money can't really compensate your life, but it can make the rest of his life a lot more comfortable.
More comfortable, right?
Yeah. As long as the psychological part of it hasn't hit him too hard, if you know what I mean, he could be damaged that way. But money can cushion a few things. Yeah,
depends how he was treated in jail and what the conditions were like, where he was, whether he got into any trouble. I guess there's the opportunity to tell his story. So
So Diego, would you know? Was he in a state prison? I mean, I'm no expert on American state prisons, but I believe they're a lot worse than federal.
I don't know if he was or if he wasn't. I
imagine 20 years in a state prison would be pretty rough,
I know a lot of them are state run, but some of them are privately run now. So yeah, I mean, you're right. Yeah. The state one, they're a little bit more
harsh.
More harsh. Yeah, you don't get the food is nowhere near as good, and you know what I mean. It's a lot different. So
yeah, they don't get the same funding, I believe.
No,
they don't get better funding for educational and stuff like that.
There aren't as many programs and stuff like that. So
hi, William. It is. It's me, mate. How you doing?
I think Albert would have a good insight on that. To be honest, I mean,
he just said that the state is far worse.
Yeah, I mean, he's been on that side of it for a long time. I saw a comment saying 20 years would ruin a man's life, but I'd be interested to know because Albert's obviously, turned that around and is cracking on in the right direction now. So
yeah. Molly said he was in IDOC, so that's the Idaho Department of Corrections. So yeah.
Yeah.
So
you know,
that would
it just
date.
seems that it is possible, but I guess for an innocent man, if you're sat there knowing you're innocent, you've got that to get over as well, haven't you? If you're guilty, you know you're guilty. It's kind of easier to deal with that time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But if you're innocent and you know damn well you're innocent, it will kill you every day, wouldn't it?
And for 20 years, you're sat there thinking,
yeah, this is crazy.
I'm innocent. I'm innocent every day, every minute. I'm innocent, you know.
And what about, you know, all these people say, well, if I was innocent, I'd be screaming it from the rooftops and blah, blah, blah. Well, where does that get you? Ask this guy. Obviously, it didn't get him very far in 20 odd years.
Yeah.
So when did he come out, Dago?
where'd it go? 2019.
Oh, okay.
Hold on a minute.
5 years ago, isn't it? 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, 5 years ago, that 12 million was worth quite a lot 5 years ago, but it's probably worth about half now.
Yeah.
With inflation, yeah.
Well,
terrible thing, though. Terrible.
He doesn't know what he missed out on in that period of time. You know, like the person that, not to be weird, but maybe the person that he was supposed to fall in love with and have a family to live with, maybe he missed that person. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Totally.
Missed the point, missed the bus with that person, and he'll never have that now. Who knows? You don't know what you've missed out on.
But just recently, Dago, I heard there's a guy over your way in the US. He did 68 years. 68.
I heard about that.
Wow.
Yeah.
And he come out with a smile on his face. You know, I mean, it's incredible.
68 years.
Imagine how much the world has changed in 68 years. Jesus.
Everything.
Yeah, it's like, that's crazy. That
is your whole life. Your whole life.
Scary, isn't it? Scary, that is.
Imagine coming out and being faced with the stuff that we deal with now and not knowing how the hell, like, where did this even come from?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, when he was in jail, I guess segregation was still a thing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's like now you're coming out into a world that's so different. Wow.
Well, everything, Dinky, everything would be different, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the TV will have colour on it for a start. We had a guy over here, didn't we, Michael? Recently, he got released after 14 years, I think. He was accused of rape or something, and they literally, it went on and on and on, and he spent 14 years in jail, and then they've set him free now, and said that he's innocent, but he's still going to be labelled as a rapist. Sorry, as a assaultist.
Yeah. Mud sticks, doesn't it? But I don't know that one, Dago. Sorry, Dinky. I don't know.
It was in the papers about a month or so ago, I think, Michael. But it just caught me as interesting because it was funny as well. You know, we were talking about the Jamie Bolger thing before.
Yes.
Well, one of those lads was in the papers again recently.
Oh no.
Yeah, he's up for release again. He could be out by the end of this year, I think they said.
Yeah. That's a good question, William. Yeah, but I think Jamie, I think the lad's father is putting up a hell of a fight to keep him in.
Should. Yeah.
Yeah, well, exactly, yeah. So I'm not sure if that's going to go ahead. I don't know how much the parole board will listen to the opposite arguments. Do you know what I mean? You know.
Yeah, it just goes back to what we just said about how much the world's changed, though, and we're a lot more. I mean, the politics around all of it is a lot more liberal now.
Yeah.
So it's whether or not you've got people sat on that parole board that think this lad should get another go at it, but
he's a bad one. I mean, obviously what he did, but I mean, he's been doing other stuff when he was released.
Yeah,
since then, you know, other really sick stuff, you know.
Yeah.
But if I can just answer William Dinky,
I saw that. Who
Uh,
killed
that, that,
Jim
that was
Dando?
that was something I was going to mention to Dago sometime, to sort of try and look into that a little bit, because that is a real mystery, that one, to me. What do you think, Dink?
Yeah, it was a very strange one, wasn't it? Because for somebody to get shot in this country is quite rare anyway, isn't it?
Yep.
So somebody had to have planned that way in advance. So for nothing to have, for us to have no information about that after, it's crazy.
Dinky, I'll ask you, do you think that's something to do with her being on Crime Watch?
Possibly. Quite possibly, yeah, because that's what she was known for at the time. She was actually on it at the time, wasn't she?
Yeah, I know she did a holiday program before then she went on to Crime Watch. And
Yeah.
I wonder if somewhere along the line she touched a nerve with somebody. I mean, I don't know, but to be shot on her doorstep. She just had shopping bags. She'd just come back from the supermarket,
Yeah, she was a lovely woman as well. It was very strange.
I mean, I fancied her, she was the kind of girl you'd want to take home to meet your mum, she was gorgeous,
She was like, a lot of people said she was a little bit like Lady Di, didn't they?
In a way, yeah.
The similarities.
Yeah.
There.
But she was like, she was like a natural, just like a natural person, natural smile and attitude and everything.
Yeah. You see, did you see that guy as well that just got convicted for threatening to kill the Queen?
Yes.
Yeah. You see that? He had a crossbow. What is it they convicted him of? Is it high treason or something like that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which should be a sentence of death, but we don't do that here.
No,
anymore.
We don't do it anymore. Yeah.
But I can't remember the last time anyone was charged with anything like that. Can you?
No. That sort of goes like way back, doesn't it? That law.
But
I'm just answering. If I just answer William Dinky. Sorry, I apologise for.
No. Go on.
Yeah, I heard it was something to do with the Bosnian conflict, William. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. But I don't know. I don't know how that would be on Crime Watch. Crime Watch, the program was like crimes that were committed in the UK. But I did hear about the Bosnian link.
Didn't she do the news? Didn't she do the news as well?
I don't know.
She might have done the news.
Okay.
I'll have to have a look at that. I can't remember it. How long ago was that, Michael? It's like
I think, don't quote me on it, I think it was 1998-ish, 97.
Yeah. Crikey.
But I know they got that guy, didn't he? What was his name? Barry George. He did 15 years or something, and he finally let him out.
Yeah. Barry George, that's it. God.
It's what, Dink? Sorry.
It's all right. I was just saying Barry George, that name now. It's all coming back to me. It's such a long time ago.
It is, yeah. The years go on, yeah. And, he lives in... He's buggered off to Ireland now to get out the way. He lives in Ireland, in the Republic, I believe, to get out the way of it all,
Get out of the way.
It must have screwed him up a bit, The guy was bloody innocent,
Yeah. Well, yeah. And for such a public thing.
Yeah.
But it just shows, doesn't it, that, innocent people seem to get locked up all the time.
Oh, yeah.
And it has to make you wonder, how does that happen? How, they're supposed to have overwhelming evidence of your guilt. So I just don't understand. If somebody is truly innocent and they get convicted, that must mean that something has gone on to make evidence up, or to make evidence.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's it's scary, Dinks, isn't it?
Well, it is. It's basically, you've got a prosecutor that thinks you're guilty, so therefore it's their word against yours, basically. And say you could be 100% innocent, and you go to jail for 20 years. I mean,
I think all he got him on was a little bit of gunpowder residue in his pocket. But I mean,
yeah. But
you
didn't
know,
he shoot shotguns?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, that nothing to do with the, with Jindal, with the killing of that lady. But that's what they got him on, I believe. So
yeah, it doesn't seem to take a lot, does it? I mean, he could have had a couple of shotgun cartridges in his pocket.
Yeah.
That would have been enough.
Yeah.
But,
I mean,
yeah, it's weird because, like I say, we don't really have a lot of guns or gun crime here, do we? So when we do hear of it, it's quite frightening. I find it quite frightening.
Yeah,
Then you see, look at all that nonsense we had a few years ago with that guy on in London with a big sword running across the bridge from Parliament, and it's like at times like that, I kind of wish people had guns.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a different culture to our, American friends. Guns are a lot more available over there, but but our big thing is knives, isn't it? Stabbings left, right, and centre.
Yeah, right. Knives. Well, it's because that's all we can have. I mean, I've got, the closest thing I've got is an air rifle. But I've got, it runs on compressed air. It's 350 bar or something. It's crazy, and it looks like a proper rifle, but.
But I mean, knives are just so freely available, aren't they? Obviously, you just go to your kitchen and get a bloody knife,
Yeah. But it's a completely different thing, isn't it? Stabbing someone and shooting someone.
Oh God, yeah. They always say stabbing is more personal, don't they? It's a more personal thing,
I can't, for somebody that hasn't ever done that, I can't imagine somebody walking into a house and doing that to 4 people.
No.
Without first knowing what it must feel like.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because what happens if you get in there, you take one jab at it and you just puke or freak out or pass out or do you know what I mean? You don't know how you're going to react unless you've done it. So
that's what makes me think listening to A.R. Hayes. I mean, he does a great he has a great insight that
I think he wants to come up actually, Dago, if that's all right. If you find a link, he'll join.
Oh, well, I'll drop down if he wants to come up. He'll have a lot more interesting to say.
No, you guys, there's enough room for all you guys.
Yeah, there's enough room, Mike.
Okay, thank you.
There it is. There's a link there.
I'm loving my new headset.
Yeah, it sounds good.
I feel like one of the villains in a James Bond film, with the headset on and
you can't be the villain and the 007.
That's true.
I mean, what's that all about?
Well, I've had a bit of whiskey tonight. I got a bit confused.
That'd be quite a good plot twist, actually, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
007 is the bad guy. Yeah. Well, they're trying to make Bond into a woman for the new ones, aren't they?
All right.
Which is
going to have,
I have no idea. I think there's a lot of controversy about it because it's not how the books were ever written. So.
No, not really. No.
But yeah, let's not. We won't go into that discussion because I don't want to affect.
But we did that with Doctor Who, Dinky, didn't we? So anything can happen.
Exactly. Don't get me wrong. I'm totally.
I can hear you guys. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, but.
Hey, how are you? It's good to hear you guys talking. How are you guys doing?
Doing okay, thanks.
How are you?
Good, Dago. Good to see you're back on the mend, and hopefully we get you back healthy here pretty quick. I missed you.
I miss everybody. I'm trying. I'm getting there.
Yeah.
So I just kind of interject a little bit. I know you guys were talking about gentlemen that did over 20 years in the penitentiary, got found innocent. I actually had a cellmate at one point that he was down 61 years, and they released him for he didn't commit the crime.
Whoa.
After 61 years, they figured out he hadn't committed it. However, the problem was he had committed crimes while being in the penitentiary. So when he got released, he got rearrested at the door, rebooked, and right back into the same cell.
Albert,
Wow.
So
Crazy.
how easy is it to get yourself into trouble in jail in America?
Happens every minute of every day.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
It's
even
just-
if if you're just in there, you want to get your head down, you've got, say, a 3-year stretch. I mean,
You know
what's
what?
the chances of avoiding it?
You know, it depends on where you're being housed. I mean, they do have lower custody yards that make it a lot easier. You can get jobs. You can work for the fire department. I'm going to give a lot of inmates, credit for being able to keep their head down and focused and move forward, trying to benefit themselves and get out in a timely manner. I mean, if you have a 3-year sentence, you just stay quiet and just do your time and get out.
Yeah.
But when you go in there with stuff like what I had, where I'm not coming home anytime soon, I'm looking at years upon years stacked on top of each other. The minute that I walk in, people call you over and they say, hey, come here real quick. We're going to give you an option. Either A, it's an option you're going to like, or B, it's an option you're not going to like. So what do you want to do? So, I mean, it's a hard game. It's very hard. And you're going to be tested no matter who you are or what you are. You're going to get tested immediately, and you better be able to prove yourself. So
That's kind of the point. That's the point I was getting at. It's how you walk through those doors makes a difference to how your life is going to be. And
it is very much.
I guess with yourself, I've been listening to. I think I've nearly listened to all your videos now. I said I've almost listened to all of Albert's videos now. I've been trying to get my way through them. It's just fascinating stuff.
Yeah, they're good. They're good.
I do have some insight on that myself, but it's just fascinating hearing stuff from a different country. But I guess that your frame of mind, going into jail anywhere has got to be the same. You've got to have a certain approach. But
can I ask you, Albert,
if you get a reputation, Albert, does that enter the jail with you? Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of people that when you walk through the door, say for a second time or a third time, they know you and they know what to expect from you. Does that make sense? Oh no, he's gone.
Can you hear AR? Can you hear him?
Yeah,
his wife's come home and he's in trouble for not doing the housework.
Can you hear me, Dick?
I can hear you, Michael.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if something had gone wrong with StreamYard all round,
It sounds like he had a problem and he might have dropped off.
Yeah. I wanted to ask him a question after Dinky had. Did he do his time in a state prison?
I think he did. I think
so. He did quite a lot of time, Michael. I believe. 27 years. There he is.
Sorry about that, guys. It cut out on me. I apologize, guys.
No, it's okay. Albert, I wanted to ask you something. Did you do time in a state prison?
I've done time both in state and in federal. I've done both.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there is a distinct difference with state and federal.
Huge difference. Yeah, it's absolutely a huge difference. Federal time, we used to call it being on like a tennis court. It's a country club. Until you get up.
You're having problems, Albert, with your connection. Yeah, he's having problems.
So you having internet problems, AR?
Here, hold on.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Albert.
The feds are listening.
Yeah, they got Eddie the other week, didn't they? They messed his phone up the other week.
Yeah, they nuked his phone. They lasered it from China. They sent one of those lasers over to nuke his phone.
Yeah.
He's talking too much sense. We've got to stop him.
Well, they better not mess with me. I'm a Brit.
Too many secrets.
Yeah, but don't mess with the Brits, do they?
No.
No.
I'm a Scouser. They better not mess with me.
Well, yeah, you are the ones not to mess with.
Can you hear me, AR?
No, he's having trouble, isn't he?
He'll sort it out.
We'll get it right.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Sort it
it's
out.
giving you a little bit of a rest, Dago, with us talking away. It's giving you a bit of a breather.
I mean, not kind of, but not really, because I wasn't able to like enjoy it. You know, being sick, it was like it's not a vacation, that's for sure.
No, I know. No, I mean, while we're talking here, you can listen to us.
Yeah. I mean, I have no worries here. I enjoy listening to you guys. Absolutely.
What's
Looks like Doodlebug said, I have to ask, do Brits eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches or jam sandwiches?
Jam sandwiches.
Both, Dago, for me.
Well,
All right.
Yeah, but it's not jelly, Michael, is it?
Oh no, not no. I have peanuts, butter, and jam. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't have jelly in a sandwich, would you?
It'd slide out, wouldn't
Hopefully.
it? Go all over your table.
Yeah. See,
Hopefully this a little better.
They got no
Is
clue
this a
what
little
we're
better?
talking about, Michael.
Yeah, you sound a lot better.
Say again, Dink.
I said they got no clue what we're talking about.
Well, I think
With
they
the
call
jelly.
it. I think
I
they
was
call it
wondering what
over there.
your jelly is different than our jelly, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Ours
Jelly's
is-
like I don't know. I suppose you guys call it like gelatin. It's you mix it up, put it in the fridge, and it sets and wobbles.
Yeah.
You know.
Ours is proper jelly.
Jello, we call it. Yeah.
Jello,
Jello,
yeah.
That's it. You have it in a trifle.
Is this coming in a little better, guys?
Yeah, you
Thank you,
sound
Jello.
good.
Yeah, that's
Very
better.
good.
All right. I got into a better spot. Hopefully I have a little better Wi-Fi now.
Are you out with the dogs?
Sorry.
No problem.
Sorry about that.
I think one of them had a question for you.
Yeah, I don't know if it was me, but yeah, I believe in the federal prisons, Albert, that there's a lot more funding for educational activities and better food, slightly better conditions. But I know you're still locked up in prison, but federal has the edge all the time.
Yeah, the federal actually has schooling. They have a lot more for an inmate to better themselves than any state facility does. State facilities are just like I literally, on some of the yards I was on in the state, I didn't even come out of my cell to go to rec or to chow hall for 5 years. So I just stayed in my cell. I didn't get any education other than what I chose to do for myself or what people sent me from the outside. Never had a job. So I didn't have income while I was in there other than, breaking the law. Unfortunately, that was the only way I could make some money. And it's nothing to be proud of. But
was that
Yeah,
your
do it.
choice while you're inside, Albert, to not work and to? I mean, I don't know at what point, even say the last time when you were in, did you still believe when you came out that you were going to go back into the same lifestyle?
You know what? Like I was still stuck in the entire mess. To be honest with you, I still made a lot of mistakes when I came out, but I became pretty driven because of my wife. So she actually really helped me get a job when I got out that I probably wouldn't have qualified for or wouldn't have been able to get hired. She had good ties with the company she was with. She was able to pull some strings to get me a very basic minimum job. And at that point, I just really focused on making change and moving forward and just trying to be a better person. But I still made mistakes and I still fell into the cracks of old ways until a couple of years ago. And she literally put her foot down and said, "Hey, look, man, if you keep doing this, I'm out of here. Like we're done. I love you and I don't want to be that way, but if you keep doing this, I'm out of here." And it was just like when I quit smoking cigarettes, just had to do it cold turkey, just be done with it and move forward, and whole new ball game, whole new routine, whole new thought process, so.
And do you feel satisfied, if that's the right word, that you've made that decision?
Best decision ever made in my life. It's not even one that I ever debate on. I don't go back and forth and sway back and forth on whether it was a good decision. Now it's just about building upon that decision and just growing and getting better every single day with it. So there's no going back at this point, and I've completely even redone my thinking process in regards to, I mean, you get really institutionalized, you get ingrained in what it's like to be in there. I mean, prison teaches you how to be a better criminal. So you've got to really take a step out of that and re-grasp what society is about compared to what prison is.
Yeah.
And, while it's very difficult because you really feel like you got the weight of the world on your shoulders. Everybody's looking at you. I still have people judge me based off tattoos or the scars in my face or whatever it might be, and sometimes I mispronounce words. People will jump on that like, well, he can't even pronounce a word. Well, you guys can understand, most of my education was done behind bars and done by myself, teaching myself. So I think I've done okay in the sense I can hold a normal conversation without sounding like a ghetto guy.
Dude, I think you sound very articulate when you talk. You definitely get your point across very, very well. It's just so easy to listen to your story. I'm looking forward in the future to hearing more of the stories that you've got about the prison life, because that's something that's always fascinated me.
Right. And see, a lot of people don't know, I'm actually working on a book series. I've had it on Facebook for a while where people have been able to read a lot of my chapters and a lot of things I've written. But what I would like to do with my channel is I'm going to create a podcast section where I'll actually read it chapter by chapter, and I'll post those into the channel where everybody will be able to listen to those just as you're walking around doing what you want to do around the house. You can play it on your radio or whatever you want to do, and it will literally be a podcast just like a documentary of this is what I've been through, this is what it's like, and it's going to be told from my point of view of working through many of years of the prison system. So people will get to know me a little better. Definitely can say that.
It's absolutely fascinating.
I think you might have found a niche in life there, Albert. Go down the prison stories,
Well,
I don't want to do it the same way like a lot of people do. I mean, people that come out of prison can all talk about the riots and the crazy fights. I want to do more about the actual adjustment emotionally, mentally, and how to work your way through the system and actually better yourself. Why should I continue to tell the stories of how I shanked somebody in the kitchen area when I could tell the story of how I walked away and dropped the shank and made a better decision to not do that? So
exactly.
Yeah, it's true rehabilitation that's what my question is real quick. I don't mean to interrupt you guys, but
yeah, Dago, stop interrupting.
I know.
Yeah.
I come on these people's shows and just talk away. I always forget my place. I'm sorry, fellas. You know that.
Yeah, it's not like it's your show or anything. Come on.
No. On 5 days, I gave it to somebody else. I'm just stopping by to say hi. I'm just kidding. But anyway, I just wanted to ask you though. I mean, this has always been a curiosity question for a lot of. And if you don't want to answer, just say it's none of your damn business, bro. But what was like because you said you've done multiple numbers, right? So, or however you call that, multiple times you've been in there. What was your breaking point when you finally said, you know what, enough? And like, what put you at that point, other than the time that you've done?
To be honest with you, when I finally just, like a lot of people have probably understood by the things I've said, I was actually affiliated,
Yeah.
and I lived a life of affiliation, which meant I was loyal, I was hardcore, and I went at it. It's just what it was. When my own affiliation stabbed me in the back, over a situation that they sent me to handle, I handled it. And when I came back, I was the outcast and one they had to get rid of me because it was going to bring too much heat on them. That was a pretty big eye-opening situation for.
I got you.
Does that kind of make sense? Like,
yeah, well, it sounds to me like you devoted your life and your time to supporting this affiliation, I guess you could say, and this was your life. And when you realized that they weren't even there for you, it was just, that was it. So that's what I took from that.
Did that make you a target, Albert?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
I said, did that make you a target? Did you then become a target for?
Yeah, I kind of put a target on my back because, I made the decision to what's called step down and step out. It's a big decision. It puts a big target on your back, and I went full bore with it. I was all about it, and I took it.
Yeah.
No fear of it. What was going to come was going to come, and that I just rolled with it. So,
does it worry you still today or not?
Not for myself. I've just accepted the fact that keep your eyes open, stay vigilant. Now, does it make me nervous sometimes when it comes to family and loved ones? Yeah, it can, because I know the gamut, and that's what I've talked about. As you guys watch my videos about, if a family member makes a mistake, it comes, and it's normally a hands-on the family type situation. So I got to be very careful with that, and that's why a lot of people they don't quite understand. But there are parts of conversations that I just can't get into. There's reasoning behind that, and many people are very understanding, and it's great, but some aren't.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because you've got nothing to prove to anyone. You've decided to make yourself a YouTube channel and talk about your life. That doesn't mean you have to prove anything to anyone. You don't owe anything to anyone from that. And I think the majority,
that's kind of
the majority are learning from your experience.
Well, and that's the thing too.
I've seen both sides of the fence in my life, and I know.
So
yeah, and there's a lot of people that have no idea what that life is like, really. It's all what they see in the newspaper or on the news. It's not real, and that's one of the things I've always struggled with. Is the reality is that it's dark, and it's not just behind prison walls. It's in society in general. It's in life. It's everywhere. Everywhere you look, you can find it. Whether it's in prison or not. In jail, I guess it's just a little bit more organized, I suppose. I
try to explain to people on the prison side of things, it's just another part of society. It's a whole nother. It's a city running in there with business being ran, and it's the same concept as being outside the fences. It's just a little more harsh, and what you've done is you've created the Gotham City like in a Batman movie and put all the villains into one fence and just said, here, you guys conduct yourself how you want to do it, and we'll pretend like the guards are going to regulate it. It is what it is.
And the guards are, paid. The agency workers most of the time, which I find, crazy. At
the time, I never really cared about, what the lives of a prison, correctional officer was. But now that I'm out, I look at it, I go, holy shit, I couldn't even imagine. Like, I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it.
Imagine trying to deal with 1,000 of you every day.
Yeah, it wouldn't have worked out well. It just wouldn't. So,
No.
Albert,
and
Albert,
yes.
can I ask you, sorry to interrupt you, did you have any dealings with the Aryan Brotherhood?
Yeah, I did. I don't want to get too deep into it, but yeah,
No.
I definitely did. Yeah,
No,
I definitely did.
Yeah.
No, we're not going to talk about that.
He's mentioned it a bit anyway, haven't you, Albert? On your
and there's more. It's not just me. I don't want him to have to worry about that either. So
no.
Yeah, no. Let's just say I know it very, very well. We'll leave it at that. I know it very well.
Sorry to have asked. I didn't mean any. Sorry to have asked.
No, it's not a bad question. It's just one that the terminology has to be used very carefully within discussing it. I mean, it's even, I hate to say it, even just in a discussion, if you and I are discussing it, it puts you at risk just by even discussing the nature. So I don't want to get. Yeah, I'm very careful.
I don't want to think I laughed when they said that. When I laughed, like with my coffee, I wasn't laughing at you. It's because I know your situation. So I just,
it's just it's something that so many people want to know about, and they want to dig deep, and but it's something that I have to make a statement. You don't really want to know it. You just don't want to know it. You know what I mean? So
it's quite interesting as well, because the Odinism stuff as well is quite interesting, Albert. It's a lot of that is overlaid, isn't it, with what they were just talking about, the unmentionable.
Yeah, and it's not even just I just prison altogether. There's many entities that are just not able to be discussed. It's not even just in what I call the racial politics of it, but you've got more so even the correctional side of it, where
there's a huge political side to it, actually. So go ahead. Sorry. And hey, Josie.
Drug bust ever. I mean, it's across the board. It's a big political mess. It really is.
I mean, I got interested in crime, like criminals, quite early on in my life. My uncle was a prison officer, and he worked. We have a prison over here. It's on an island called Hialeah. It's called Parkhurst Prison.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time he worked there, the Cray twins, the famous British Cray twins,
and Reggie, yeah.
Yeah, well, they were actually in there, and he was one of the guards assigned to their wing. So I used to hear the stories as a young kid, and it's always fascinated me. And these guys, back in the sort of late 60s, early 70s, they had their own prison inside a prison. They both had a room each. They both had color TVs, which most people at home didn't have a color TV. They were allowed young boys to go and visit them. It was crazy, the stuff that they would get away with because of who they were.
Right.
And that always fascinated me, absolutely fascinated me. But then
it was
my own life took different turns, and I started seeing things a bit more realistic. But that was when my interest was peaked, was very young.
It was a double-edged sword behind the fences for me, because I had a lot of clout, and I was pretty known for what I was about and how I did things. But then that also put the target on my back, because the state officials would want to make points out of me at various times, like taking away my visitations and phone calls and punishing me for things. And it's like, I have clout, but then I don't have clout. I mean, what are you guys doing to me? But it was just it's the games, it's literally the games, because they came to me to handle situations on the yard. Like, We need peace between the races. So we know you have the capability to make that happen. Can you make that happen for us? And I would look at him and say, well, you guys did take away my visits last month, and I have no privileges. What are you going to give me back for what you want me to do for you?
Yeah.
So it's a big.
It's a business, isn't it? It's all a business.
It is. It is.
But
oh yeah,
it's so good to.
My mother worked as a nurse in the prisons and told me a lot of these. That's why I know what I know about them. And then
that's even worse. That's one of the hardest jobs in there, Dago, is to work in the medical aspect of it for sure. I feel for your mother. I really do.
She wasn't such a hard ass. I just can't see it. And I know, like, my mother ain't no joke. Even at 70 years old, she ain't no joke. So they try to push her, they try. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, they try to, just like a child does with when they become a toddler, they try to push you and find the buttons they can push to see where they can put you and use you for what they need. It's just what it is.
Yeah.
And they tried. They tried. It didn't happen, but they tried.
I saw it a lot, man. I really did. That people wanted to get different types of narcotics. People wanted to get syringes. People wanted to get things out of medical. So they would always play upon the actual caring hearts of a nurse, because they're there to actually make sure you're healthy, meaning they care about somebody. And then that gets played upon. I mean, it's a prime example of the two guys. What state was it? The Sweat and the other guy that teacher that helped him break out of prison back east, and they were on the run for a while.
Right.
These are the type of things that happen. I mean, it's not hard to get someone to help you bring stuff in, take stuff out. And people say, well, it's about the money. Not always. You can get people, you can convince them by making them feel like you care about them, and you just kind of get them to do things, and it happens every day.
It's a crazy world, but it like I said before, it happens both sides of the fence, unfortunately.
Well, and my mom, the way she handled it, she's caring. Don't get me wrong, obviously, because look at me. But when it came to that, she was there and basically had to say, listen, I have to do my job. You're either going to do this or you're going to die. So,
you just got to you got to harden yourself up. And that's the sad thing about prison is everybody involved has to harden themselves up.
Yeah.
Whether you're a nurse, whether you're a teacher there, whether you're a warden, whether you're an inmate, you have to harden yourself up, because it's not a place it's not a friendly place. I mean,
it's not forgiving.
No. If you look at the cases out there where these lives are taken, like the Idaho 4 and all these different crimes that happen on a daily, just like the young lady, I'm looking into the new case. She got burned, alive or something in Texas. I'm looking at that one now. These are the types of people that are walking on a prison yard every day, and you're walking to chow with them. You got to wonder, is this guy going to sit down and eat lunch with me today peacefully, or is it going to be a full-out war with him and I in the chow hall line today, just because his mind just went off the deep end? I don't know. So I
agree.
Unfortunately, even my wife has made the statement after my last run, when I went in and came out, she had flat told me I was a totally different person, that I had changed emotionally, I had changed mentally, that I had become harder, I was less emotional. And I'm thinking to myself, well, I don't know why it would be the last time. That was one of my shortest stints, so I'm not sure why that would matter, but okay. But then I think about it and I go, I do think that mentally things changed. Emotionally things did change, because the last run, even though it was a little bit shorter than most, it was the harder run for me. So it was like more fighting, more getting into issues. And it was like, that made me a little different in the mindset, so, when you're afraid to roll out of your bunk in the morning because there might be some 2 or 3 people running into your cell to jump on you, you become very defensive. And when I came home, it's not the easiest thing to climb into bed or on the, around people, because I don't know who's coming at me and from where. I don't get to live normal everyday life. People ask me that question. I don't get to go to Walmart and shop like the rest of you, where I feel comfortable in a group of people in a line. I distance myself from that because I don't know. I don't know who's there. I don't know why they're there.
So do you suffer from, would you say, anxiety then, Albert?
Not so much anxiety, PTSD. There's a few other issues out there. Like I keep myself pretty calm and collected, except for I have a little bit of a temperament to me, meaning don't run into the back of me with your shopping cart at the grocery store, and not expect me to turn around thinking, what the hell are you doing? So the temperament is where I really have to stay cautious, because where I came from, I'm ingrained that you have to be able to turn it on in 1 second. You got to flip the switch, because if you don't, they got you. So out here, you don't have to do that. You need to be calm and collected. You need to listen to what people have to say. You got to weigh it out and think about it before you react. And I'm still working on it. Still working on it daily. So
yeah. I've learned that you can.
At least you're working on it, bro. And I got you nothing but props for that.
Yeah.
That is the most important thing.
And people saw it. Like I came out on very.
Go ahead.
I came out on very, very strict parole, and I was able to work myself off of it in one of the fastest time frames you could see, because they saw the difference. They saw the want, and they saw the change. So now all I can do is keep moving forward with my wife. And like we've said, and we've put out videos, we're geared to helping others to be able to realize it can be done. If you want it, you can do it. Because if it wasn't that case, I would have never been able to do it. There would have been no chance for me until I made the decision that's what I wanted to do. So if we can get more people to actually want it, we can get more people to actually do it. So that's the goal.
I don't want to interrupt this, but just real quick, there's some news that has popped up. It looks like Kara Kunoodle, Xana's mother, has spoken out on Twitter, folks. I saw it in my chat and looked it up, or X.
Yeah, I saw that earlier. It's been posted on Facebook quite a bit. She wants a lot of answers to the frat house and some different things. So
here's a couple statements she made. It says, "Shake my head. Like I said, though, I find it very interesting how BK's professor or anyone who hung out with and spoke to my daughter and her friends that night have not said hardly a peep. Not even something like, hey, yeah, I was at that bar and saw Kaylee and Maddie, spoke with them, nothing. Or, hey, yeah, Ethan and Xana were at the Sigma Chi party. Ethan got into a bit of a scuffle with Loach, but Xana broke it up. No big deal. Nothing. Yeah, and I know that happened because she happened to talk to her father that night when they left the party. I'm not saying it had anything to do with anything. That's why I want to know more about it. Though.
Wow.
There you go. There's that one right there. That name popped up once again, and this is from a parent. And I don't want to hear people say, well, she's drugged out and she's this, she's that. She's still a parent, folks. She's still a parent to a victim. Okay?
I don't know what kind of health she's in at the moment. Obviously, obviously a while back when we saw her being interviewed on Battlefield.
She was definitely a little bit off then, but she's still a parent and has, in my opinion, has the right to her,
I get that.
You know what,
but unfortunately,
I have nothing negative to say about her.
No. The only thing I would say is that somebody that's using that heavily, which she obviously was at the time, priorities do become blurry. That's all I'm going to say.
They do.
She also
they do, but also if you think about a loss of a daughter, that would drive you to dive more into because that's your out. I'm not saying that you know.
Yeah.
She also made a short statement too that says that she's allowed to talk about her feelings and her loss, but she's not allowed to talk about what happened. That's kind of interesting.
Well, she's not under the gag, is she?
They don't want her talking about it, though. I think it's been put out there as a generalized blanket, as in keep your mouth shut. We need to protect the integrity of the case, is how they're putting this. So, you know what I mean?
She should be allowed to say, Steve's out there putting stuff out.
I have a feeling it's going to start getting a little bit. It's getting close. And she's talking on the side of Koberger at this moment, kind of. I'm not going to get all. I saw what you just said, Andy. I know what you just said. I'm not going to get all excited and jump in the car with her and drive down the road.
No.
But I'm going to listen to what she's saying. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
And I have to believe it all. I'm just going to say I'm going to listen to her as a parent.
Of course. But also, Dago, she comes from the world that does exist. The darker world of that area.
Absolutely.
She knows about the kind of things that can happen, which is probably why she has questions as to, explain to me how the hell this guy did it.
Well,
because
again,
I bet she could name 100 people that did it.
Of course, absolutely, possibly. And she also says, I find it interesting as well. In fact, he should have to testify, if you ask me, as should every single one. Now think about this. As should every single one of the fraternity members of Sigma Chi, while we're at it.
Yeah.
Anyone who was at the grub truck and in the bar that night. It is, in my opinion, only reasonable considering these people were the last people to see all of them alive. I find it very odd that none of them are speaking up about anything. I'm sorry, but it honestly blows my mind. And wouldn't you want to speak up about anything that was happening around them to help us better understand? I just do not get why everyone is so silent. Another good point.
Yeah. I wonder if, because Steve's obviously feeling the same frustrations.
I can agree. I
mean, the families obviously aren't being told anything, are they?
Not as much as they would like us to believe they're getting told. You know what I mean?
I mean, Steve's just doing his own digging, his own investigating. He's not getting anything from Backseat Bill, I don't think.
Right.
Backseat Bill. Sorry,
it is interesting, folks. It's interesting that maybe she wanted to get cleaned up before she started talking out on this, and before she could. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, maybe she's had time to think about it, and
I mean,
maybe she's heard things herself. Maybe she's seen things that.
Yeah.
She's not. Well, she's obviously not happy, is she? Otherwise, she would be.
I don't think she's content, or you wouldn't have heard a word from her.
No, she'd be wearing one of those T-shirts about, the firing squad.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's a strange one.
Very much.
So I don't mean to butt in. I'm gonna head out with my wife. We got some errands to run, but I wanted to answer one question. I just actually figured out. I wish people would teach me how to do this. I figured out how to look at comments while we're talking. I know that sounds stupid, but I just figured it out. So for all the people that are commenting that I haven't answered your questions or seen them, it's because I'm retarded, but I did figure it out. So I do want to answer a quick question from Carrie. She asked, what would I tell a business owner about hiring someone who was in prison? What advice would I give to them? And what would you tell them to look out for? It is so hard because it's the mentality of the person that's getting out of the penitentiary that do they want to stay out, or are they just out for a quick minute because they're looking for the next heist and they're going to go back? But the important thing is there are good people coming out of prison that really are trying to do better. Someone like myself, and trust me, it is hell trying to get a job. And even when you do get a job, it's not a well-paid position. And then you're the first one they look at to fire if something comes down. So if I had to talk to a business owner, I mean, I'm just a different type of person. I look you right in the eye, shake your hand, I tell you what I'm about, I tell you my mistakes, I lay it all out in front of you, and then I tell you what my want and goal is. So if I can't prove to you that I'm worthy based off of my want and goal, don't hire them, because it's probably not true and real. You have to be able to see the want and drive within somebody, but don't harass them either. Don't talk, as a business owner, don't mention every day that they're out of prison and you're watching them. Give them the chance to grow and get better. Give them the chance to show you what they are about outside of that world. I mean, people judge me because, okay, I've let my hair grow out for the first time in my life since I got out. I have piercings not only in my ears, but my nose and my face. I'm covered in tattoos, and people are like, oh, look at this getup. I did it to express myself because I've never had the opportunity in my life to be able to do that. I was never able to be me. So I chose to be me. And for the first time, I took me and put it out there for people to see. And then when I started seeing the support, I got better and I grew more and I matured more and I wanted more. So I think if we could actually give the people that want it and show you they want it some more help, I think that a lot of things in society would get better. I think that instead of holding them down, pick them up, things can get a lot better through life. So just that real quick tidbit.
And still, again, when can me and you get together over at your place, even with your wife? I'd love to get over there and do that. I'm sorry I've been sick and I kind of bounced on you a couple.
That's a great thing is we're actually both, she's off for the next 4 days. So we are planning, we'd like to do a couple of lives during that. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll shoot you an email with kind of some time ideas that I want to do. And I really hope everybody that's watching this in your live today can come on over. It's still going to be fun, and we're still going to have topics to talk about, but we're going to kind of do a split thing where we give some of our story. You guys will get to know my wife and I a little bit better. And definitely introduce.
I will bring everybody with me, my friend. These guys,
I appreciate it.
These guys are great. They follow me anywhere I want them to because they're that good of a community. So I'm telling you right now.
Well, I've truly been blessed to get to know members of your community, and I really do appreciate the fact that you've allowed me to come in here and get to know them because it's helped me grow personally, more confident in what's going on. Because this YouTube world is not easy. It's not easy.
It's not about allowing you, my friend. It's about giving you that platform because you deserve it. It's not about allowing because you deserve that more than anything. And everybody should get to know who this person is, and that's why I want to do this as a support for you. I support anybody that comes out here like this, whether you have anybody else.
People can learn a lot from you, and I think people are already appreciating that.
Very much so. And I
appreciate that. I just feel as though there's kind of a gap in the true crime community of somebody that could step up and intelligently discuss things from the other side. I'm tired of just listening to the mainstream media and just digging holes and digging deeper and burying people in them when it's like, hold on, let's put on the brakes, man, because I have a video that's coming out tonight where I'm going to the other side of the fence. I'm going to actually discuss what it felt like for me to walk into a courtroom and see the victim's family and their reactions to me walking in the family. I'm going to talk about a visit from a member of a victim's family that came to see me and sit down with me in prison and actually bless me and tell me they forgave me. So I'm tying that into what everybody sees the families are going through right now of not only the victims, but also Brian Kohlberger's family's going through the same hell on the other side as well. They're losing a family member in this mess too. And I want people to feel it from a defendant's side. Like, I didn't walk into the courtroom in some of my crimes just cold-hearted saying, yeah, I did it, so what? It had no meaning to it. When I had to look at somebody's mother that I got into an issue with and it ended up, on a bad side of things, I had to look at that person's mother, and broke my heart because I saw my mother in the eyes of that woman. You know what I mean? So
that helps to go along with your rehabilitation and your healing as well. On the other side, believe it or not, to help you become the person you become today. That's my opinion on that. I based it on what I know.
It actually very much did, and that's where a lot of people, like I've said it before, I'm not as emotionally capable as many people out there. I'm not as emotional when it comes to things like, oh, somebody got murdered. I'm not one that's like, oh my God, that's horrible. I'm like, oh, really? How'd it happen? So people think I'm kind of cold-hearted in that sense, but I'm really not. I just show different emotion. I don't reflect it as well as some. And that's not a bad thing.
No.
But now I'm actually growing and learning how it's okay to show some emotion. And it's okay to hold somebody's hand and say, I know you're in pain. Let me help you because I've been here. I know what it's like. I'll shed a tear with you. Instead of hiding it all in and saying, I'm so hard, I won't tear up, I won't cry. I can say, okay, you know what? I'll shed a tear with you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So.
Yeah. Well, and that's why I'm looking forward to, like you just pointed out, your side of the fence, our side of the fence, working together to try to make things come out in a different way. It may help in a lot of, not just this case, multiple cases, to see it from a different perspective. And that's why I'm so excited.
Every case is different. Yeah. Every case is different, so.
To me though, it's more than just cases and fences. To me, this is about people. Albert, I see you as a person that is fascinating, and I'm fascinated to know about you, about your life. You've got a positive outlook, and it's great to see that and to hear that. And you've got a lot to offer, and it fascinates me to hear those stories. I don't, take this wrong way. I don't care. I don't care if you're a criminal or not. I care about what you have to say. Does that make sense?
No, it's not pretty much, and that's why I would love you guys to come over to the channel this week while we do a live, because I think a very integral part of getting to know me, better understanding me, is getting to know what my wife is about, because that will give people the idea of, well, that changed him. To change me, it took that. I think that's important for people to see is, why did I make the decisions I did to put my own life at risk and walk away from what I knew for the majority of my life? Well, let me show you what I replaced that with. You know what I mean? Let me show you why I've got a different route in life.
Yes, I absolutely agree, my friend. I'm looking forward to joining you over there this week for sure.
We'll be there.
Yeah, no, it'd be great. I'll send you over some emails, and if you're back on, if you're doing live, so I'll, like always, I look for you every day. I'll jump back in with you guys over here too. I don't mean to cut it short, but the wife does have chores and things for me to do. So.
Absolutely. I absolutely understand.
It's research, Albert. It's work. It's
research. No, I think that was amazing when they said that, but the research sometimes have to get some results at the other side of being done, like picking up and taking out the garbage.
For sure, you're growing your community, and it's important.
It is. But
thank your wife for sharing you with us today. We appreciate it. And I'm looking forward to meeting her the correct way, obviously. And can't wait to meet you over there again.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep, we definitely appreciate all of you guys. Big shout out to every one of you. Much love to all of you. Very appreciative, humbled by you, and we're just going to keep moving forward and working together, and hopefully we got years of this in front of us. So,
well, we're up for it.
Many success stories to come down the road of how we've made a difference in people's days and lives. So, to all of you, I say goodbye, and I appreciate all of you. Have a good one.
You
Yep,
too, sir.
you too.
Nice to you.
All right, brother.
Yep,
Take
bye
care.
now. Yep.
Such a
All
cool
right.
guy.
Yes. Always a pleasure to have AR over here.
He's a
Love
great
listening
guy.
to his stories and his perspective on these things.
Yeah.
And what better way to see it is from that side of it. You know what I mean? It's very hard to see it from that side if we've never been there.
Yeah.
I do absolutely appreciate that.
Yeah.
100%. And looks like we're at. Oh yeah, I better show this next stuff here. Thank you guys for joining me and talking about all that stuff. And again, AR, thank you. I wanted to show you, since you guys are up here, we can discuss this too while we show this new thing here that completely blew my mind when I caught this morning. I'm like, whoa. For a lot of you guys that may not have seen this, I know I throw these random things at you every now and again, but it's news that I think it needs to be seen in some senses because our world is a crazy mess right now. So, last week we covered the funeral home with that insane bullshit. And now we have this going on, and it just really blew my mind to I want to know what's going on in our world right now. I really do. It's beyond insane, folks.
It's turned inside out. There you go. That's what's happening.
Yeah, and that's an understatement to say the least. So let me kick it off with this, and I got a couple other things we'll look at with it, and then we'll talk about it a little bit because this is nuts.
The world seems very angry at the moment.
Very angry. Yeah. The whole planet, not just a piece of it. The whole planet is mad.
Yeah.
And maybe due to good reason, because we've not treated it the right way, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know, but something's wrong.
Could well be.
And this right here is another perfect example of what the hell is going on. So here we are.
Off the top at 6 tonight, family tragedy. A mother murdered inside her home, and now her 13-year-old son is in custody. That teen calling police to say he stabbed and killed his own mother.
The victim's baby was sleeping in the same room.
Take care, Kels. Thanks for joining us, man.
Live in Hialeah with the heartbreaking details. Leanne.
And that victim shared the apartment with her 13-year-old son, that newborn, as well as her husband, who police tell us is a truck driver and was out of state when all of this happened. He and other family members have arrived here to the apartment, some of them inside of the apartment where this gruesome crime unfolded. Cell phone video shows the moment a teenage boy surrendered with his hands up. Just minutes earlier, police say he called 911 and confessed to killing his mother.
His demeanor, he was very quiet, apologetic, very respectful. Not what you would expect walking into that home and seeing that crime scene.
Derek Rosa. The 13-year-old, identified as Derek Rosa, is currently in secure detention.
For announcing our intent to pursue the case to a grand jury.
Police say the boy called 911 around 11:30 Thursday night and said he just killed his mother, identified by police as 39-year-old Irina Garcia. When officers arrived to Unit 201 inside the Amelia Oaks apartment complex, they found the victim in her bedroom with multiple stab wounds, just inches from her newborn baby girl.
Next to her was a crib, and inside of that crib, a 14-day-old baby that fortunately was not injured.
This neighbor says he was shocked by the news and saw the boy as quiet and helpful to his mother. Family members arrived Friday and were seen entering the apartment. Police described Rosa as an honor student with no prior known mental health issues or run-ins with police, adding a layer of mystery to this family tragedy.
He did not provide any information as to why he did what he did. We have a 14-day-old baby without a mother, a man without a wife, and family has been torn apart.
And we're told that that 2-week-old baby is now in the custody of her maternal grandmother. Now that dad is back, it's unclear whether DCF will get involved, whether there will be a hearing to put that baby into the father's custody. At this point, we know that there will be another court hearing for that 13-year-old in 21 days. Reporting live in Hialeah, Leanne Morejon, Local 10 News.
Simply unimaginable. Thank you, Leanne.
Well, that was crazy.
And, I mean, now I have to say, this is a 13-year-old child. Okay, something is not right with this. especially the fact that he did the right thing and contacted 911 and said, "I just did this." Something is wrong, okay? Completely, completely wrong with this situation, and there's got to be a background to this. Um, and I want to know what the hell. I mean, I see people in chat saying that maybe he was jealous of the new baby. But like the neighbor said, he was helpful. Maybe it was something that, okay, Molly, I will. Maybe it was something that, was brewing in there, but there's something wrong. Okay, nothing half-assed. Thank you for joining me today. I appreciate you. It's very sad. The whole thing is very sad. I'm going to give you a little bit more here, and then we can talk about it as I'm checking the email.
Details after a family tragedy last week in Hialeah. Police say a 13-year-old confessed to killing his own mother. Local 10 News reporter Leanne Morahong is live in Hialeah with the latest. Leanne.
Exactly.
And ever since the news of this crime broke on Friday, this has been sending shockwaves not only through this community, but also throughout the nation. This is making nationwide headlines. I want to go ahead and show you some new photos we've obtained of 13-year-old Derek Rosa. This is shortly after he was taken into custody by the Hialeah Police Department, charged with the heinous murder of his own mother. These are two photos, one of them referred to as a mugshot. That is a booking photo. He is currently in secure detention at the juvenile detention facility. The judge ordering that he stay held on secure detention for at least the next 21 days. This next hearing set for November 2nd. Now, let's remind you of this brutal crime. The victim here, 39-year-old Irina Garcia, Derek Rosa's mom, who had just given birth to a baby girl just 2 weeks ago. Hialeah police say that Derek Rosa waited for his mother to fall asleep on Thursday night, then came into her bedroom and stabbed her multiple times. Police saying they found her on the floor of her bedroom, just inches away from that newborn baby's crib. They also say that the boy called 911 to tell dispatch that he had committed this crime. They do say, however, that he stopped short of explaining to detectives the motive behind this killing. We do know, according to sources, that social media communications between this young man and others using phone, texting, that sort of thing is going to be crucial to their investigation. Coming back out live, we can tell you again that this young man does have a court hearing set for November 2nd, and that little baby at last check was in the custody of her grandmother. Reporting live in Hialeah, Leanne Morahong, Local 10 News.
I mean, what's up, Walt? Good to see you.
Wow.
But it could just be that his mind is just not there. Something happened. I've been reading stories because we're moving closely to the. I've been talking about it, but then I had all that stuff that went down. I was going to do it sooner, but we're going to be covering and doing this mental health show coming up here, and a lot of these things they fall into this bracket, folks. And it's like 13 years old, SRB, 13. Now, I've read some stories, factual things, basically, where they're saying that children, young adults, whatever you want to call them, at certain ages will have these breaks, these like snaps sometimes, which this is why I'd like to speak to the medical professionals that we have available that are going to be joining us for that show, those shows, because there's going to be more than one. But it makes you want to know, like, what could happen? Like, why does this happen? Is it are these as these kids are getting older, is it because their hormone levels are changing and something goes into like panic mode in their mind? Or it's very interesting to me. It's very sad at the same time, but to know how and what happens with this scenario. Is it something that was going on in his life before? He looked like a very happy kid in that picture. They looked like a great, beautiful family. You know what I mean?
Very strange.
It's very strange. Very clean cut. Just, and then boom, it happens. I had one that happened here close to me. where I think it was a 10-year-old boy with a shotgun shot and killed his stepmother. She was pregnant. And I think he just recently got out of a prison for that. I think. Don't quote me. I'll have to look at it. But again, yeah, you're right, Mandy. Appearances can be deceiving, folks. We don't know. And that's another thing, Vix. She's not wrong with saying what she's saying right now. A lot of these shows, folks, these anime shows and these other the way that TV has broadcast things to our children, if you're not on top of what's going on, their mindsets are getting all twisted up, backwards, forwards, upside down. And they believe some of these things, it's the fiction has become relative to them. So
I know it's an age-old excuse, Dago, but gaming. I used to love playing my Xbox, Call of Duty, Battlefield, those sort of games. You're literally running around with, weapons that are weapons you could go and buy in your country anyway. Most of them, and you're running around killing people in the most gruesome ways. And I used to enjoy. There's one part in that game where you can drop napalm on people, and I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah,
but it's not really. But I guess I know the difference between a game and reality. Whereas young kids, it's difficult, especially when it looks so real.
Between that and, like, for instance, kids watch just as much as adults watch Law and Order, Special Victims Unit, and Criminal Minds, and all of these shows that are on that show you, in my opinion, how to be a criminal and get away with it in some senses. And these kids get excited watching these shows, like, wow, that's really neat, and this and that, and and I think in some senses maybe their minds don't fully process the fact that if you go do this for real, it's not like what happens on the TV. You don't get to come back tomorrow night for a new episode. You're done. You know what I mean?
You don't get 3 lives. You don't.
Yeah, and that's it. And a lot of, and I hate to say this, but a lot of our children, their babysitters are their game systems and their TVs. Okay.
The phones and their iPads.
Every bit of it. Yeah. Social media, all of this stuff where they see what's going on. These stupid TikToks where they're doing these dumb things, and they see these eating Tide Pods and stupid shit like that. Like, what is wrong with the point that and I have to say, and I'm not saying all of us, okay, because there's a lot of wonderful parents out here, but with like, where's the parenting in this situation? Like, I'm hoping that there is parenting where you see this commercial or this stupid TikTok and the kid goes, look what Johnny just did, Mom. Yeah, no, give me your phone and you're done with TikTok, especially if you're under the age of a certain age. You don't need to do that kind of shit, okay? That'll kill you. That's bad. That's this. You just don't do that kind of stuff, period. And there's a lot of parenting that Timmy doesn't get to go and say, hey, Mom, look what Johnny just did. They just look at it and then they go do it, where the parents are doing their own thing or working or whatever. So there is no parenting in sense, and it scares me because that's what a lot of this is all about.
A big problem we've got in this country, Dago, is you have a lot of kids that are having kids. So especially, there were probably the last 20 years or so, I would say. It seems to be a bigger deal now. There are a lot more kids having kids, and those kids don't know how to look after kids because their parents were kids. What they do is they stick their kids in a little rocker chair in front of a TV watching, Teletubbies or whatever it is these days.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just brainwashing them. They've got no time for their children. They don't sit. They don't read to them. They don't, do things with them.
Family time anymore. Like you're exactly right. Like, we spend a certain amount of time a week with our children, even with Caden at 17, who doesn't want to be bothered, but we force it because you need to be involved with your family. And he is very family oriented because that's how he was raised. Same with the rest of the other 6 of our kids. That's what it's about, is family. We do things together. We have Sunday dinners together. We have Sunday gatherings every Sunday. That's why you guys don't see me on Sundays. There's not, you're right. That doesn't happen anymore because of this, and this thing that we're sitting here talking on right now has taken everything over. And now parents realize that they can go whatever they want to do and let this handle it.
It's life now. Is just everything is just so throwaway and nothing means anything anymore. I was having this conversation the other day with a friend, and we were talking about, you know, how people take for granted like their wedding vows and marriage and children and all of those things. And we were talking about, you know, my grandparents. They both came through World War II. You know, that generation, that era of people, it was so different. Everybody looked out for each other. Everybody cared about their neighbor. You know, they taught their families values. They taught them how to work hard and how to reap the rewards. You know, if you got married, it was a commitment. It was a contract. There was no, well, if it doesn't work in a few months, we'll get divorced. It was, we're going to see this through for the rest of our lives. You know, my grandparents, and I expect many other people as my generation, they slept in separate bedrooms come the end, you know, when they're in their sort of late 60s, 70s.
Yeah, right.
But it didn't mean they didn't love each other. It just meant that they couldn't sleep with each other anymore.
Easier to sleep by yourself sometimes. Yeah, right.
But the family structure was completely different, you know. And this is not just how I feel. I'll probably get shouted at for this, but it was very different. The values of each person within the household meant something different. And today we've lost that because, you know, nobody really knows what their place is in society anymore. It's so confusing now because you're accepted to be whatever you know, say you're going to be today. And it's very confusing for kids. If you're teaching kids now these days at a very young age that there are more than 2 genders, there's no wonder to me that there's so much confusion.
Well, and there's a lot of confusion with that. You're absolutely right, Dinky. And then we also have, like, even the parents that do try to parent, we don't have that ability anymore. We're not allowed to do some of the things that our parents were allowed to do. And that even like my older children, when they were younger, it's changed since then. They've taken a lot of our parental rights away from us by teaching children things that everything's abuse. Everything is, you know, this and that. You can't raise your voice at your child because now you're abusing them. And this, I mean, these are the things I'm saying. I'm not saying that you should be beating your kids. That's not it.
But there's a difference between beating your kids and disciplining your kids. When I was at primary school, you know, my headmaster, he used to keep a cane. We used to call it a cane, a bit of bamboo, in a little bottle of water, so the end was wet. Now, I got sent to his office, I don't know, a lot of times at a very young age to get the cane. You would have to stand there, put your hand out, put your thumb down, and he would determine how many times you're going to get whacked with it. You know, that was discipline.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that now?
Well, you know, it would never happen. It would never happen. I would get in like you said, primary school, elementary school. My principal had what looked like a cutting board, is about that long, broken in half, about that wide, and there were holes in it, and it was about that thick. And I was sent there a lot too because I was a bad kid. And you had to walk and stand in front of his office, and he had a table against the wall, which was about 4 feet from his desk, and he would make you bend over, grab the edge of that table, and bend as far as you could, and you would get 3 whacks with that thing. And this dude was like, he wasn't a little skinny guy, okay? He was, you know, and them 3 whacks would take my breath away, and I'd end up back there every other week anyway. But still, that's
we didn't have the problems that we have now in schools.
No, because people
had fear
of consequence. Thank you. Fear of consequence and fear of authority that does not exist anymore.
No, and it's a fear of your parents, you know, like
because if I would get cracked at school, bet your ass I had my ass beat when I got home. End of story.
I mean, I only grew up really with my father at home, and the
Yeah.
last thing I ever wanted to do was sort of annoy him, because I would get beat. That was the difference between getting beaten and getting a little bit of discipline. My dad was quite an angry man when I was younger, but
And the same thing goes on for like when growing up in the neighborhoods. If I did something wrong out in my neighborhood at a friend's house or at a neighbor's house or by a neighbor's house, don't think that my mom and dad's phone did not ring and said, Joey was down here, because that's what I was called when I was younger. Joey was down here and he broke my window throwing a baseball or something, and no problem. That'll be paid for. And guess who? It didn't come out of their pocket. I mean, it came out of their pocket. It came out of my ass as well. Because when I get home, once again, I got my ass beat. And then if I had an allowance or whatever, it came out of that. So all of that, we had that fear of consequence. We had that fear of authority, our parents, the respect for our parents to not do those things. And now they just don't. There is none.
Also, if I wanted anything,
Thank you,
if
Lisa.
I wanted anything, I had to work for that. On a Saturday morning in my neighborhood, pretty much every young person my age, 9, 10 years old, would be out mowing the lawn.
That's me. Yep. Same here. Mowing
That
grass.
was it, Saturday morning, and you'd look down the gardens and see all your mates, and you'd know that, get this done and I'll get £1. Back then it was like £1 was quite a lot of money, but you worked for it. There was no free ride. There was no, oh, here kid, here's a new iPhone,
not at all. And it's different now. Here it is. Everybody gets handed everything. And Brandy, real quick, let me touch on that. That's different, Brandy. Matthew, Caden, different children are disciplined in different ways, okay? Because a lot of these kids like Matthew and Caden, they don't know when they're little, didn't realize what they're doing. You don't discipline that, okay? You do different things to teach them what they're doing is not right or wrong, because they don't understand. All that kids with like Matthew's situation or Caden when he was younger, all they know is that you're hurting them. That's it. There is no, these people that I love are hurting me. Why? They don't see it as I did something wrong because they don't know what they're doing, okay, with autism and things like that. That's different altogether. But the kids that don't have those issues, my second to youngest son, when he was 16, he challenged me. He threatened me. Thought he was going to stand up against me. I called the police on him. Well, it was a laugh in my face because he knew that the police couldn't do anything to him other than talk to him, and he laughed at them and said, "You can't do nothing to me." My lesson was learned right there. They have control. We don't. He apologized down the road afterwards, you know what I mean? But still, like, at that point, I felt completely helpless as a parent. And I'm not the only one that's been through that, I can promise you. Because the police don't have control unless they're doing something to either harm themselves or harm somebody else. The cops can't touch them. They can't. The police cannot touch them for anything other than that.
But that's the difference, isn't it?
It's too late then. Yes,
but
sir.
That's the thing, Dago, isn't it? Because can you imagine the police? The police would take the initiative. Right, I'm taking you home, and I'm going to speak to your father. I mean, that was like the worst kind of.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Now, like you say, the police can't deal with any of that, and if the kid says, "Well, if you take me home, my parents gonna, hit me," then they're not going to bring them home to. I mean, I hope people aren't getting me wrong. I've never. I just want to get it straight. I've never ever hit any of my children because I grew up, quite a violent household, and I learned a lot from that. I always spoke to my children. My wife was a nightmare. I used to come home from work and my kids would be like sat on the stairs in timeout crying, and she would be in the kitchen crying. I'd walk through the door. She said, "Well, don't talk to him. He's been naughty." I'm like, "Well, I wasn't here, so I don't know. So I'm going to go and talk to him and get down on his level and ask him, what the hell is he saying that?"
Right.
Yeah. But not all kids can. You can't do that with all kids, My eldest son, who's now 22, when he was 17, I had to escort him to the police station because he got himself into trouble.
Mhm.
And he sat there and laughed. He thought it was hilarious. And the police officer looked at me and I was disgusted.
It is, and it's embarrassing. Yes.
And they can't do a thing about it, you know?
Nope. Nothing.
And they
it's
know
all-
that you can't do anything about it.
It's obviously not just here. You're over there and I'm over here and we have the same problem. Same problem.
I just don't know where. I don't know what the answer is anymore because, like I say, society is just a mess. I mean,
well,
I don't understand the world really anymore. I don't socialize very much. I don't. I find it a very confusing place.
It's become confusing and very scary at the same time.
I agree.
Hold on.
Is that Mrs. Dago?
It is Mrs. Dago.
Hi, Mrs.
It is her. She just came home from work.
No.
What was that?
Hi.
Hello. All this treatment is over for the day.
But no, she was there to witness that. When that's when I realized that my hands were tied behind my back. That the day that I called the police and I said, "You're done now. Have a seat in the kitchen. When he gets here, he's going to talk to you and you'll realize." And he laughed and he said, "Okay, whatever you say, Pops."
Yeah.
And he sat down and Jason showed up. Was it somebody we knew? Goes in the kitchen and he looked at me and he said it on his way in the door. He's like, "I'm telling you, I'm going to try to help you out, but there's not a lot I can do." And I'm like, "Well, the threat of you being here should be enough, right?"
Yeah.
Sure. And he goes in there and Tyler, he looked at him and he laughed and he goes, "What the hell do you want?" And I went, "You don't talk to him that way. That's a police officer." And he goes, "And?" I mean, he was at that mode in his life. Very cocky, arrogant, 16 years old, and thought, he said, "There ain't nothing you can do to me."
Yeah.
And he was 100% right. And Jason just kind of looked at me and went,
Also,
"I'm sorry." And that was that.
He was kind of brainwashed by his friends. He said, "I'm a ride or die friend and I'll do whatever for them." But they totally threw him under the bus and he didn't see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it took him to have his own children. He's still.
I know you're bad. I love you.
I love you too. He's still a little bit out there, but he has I think the realization now of what raising a child means, and now he's dealing with it that way. And I told him, "I hope it comes back on you tenfold for what you've done to me, because you're about to find out." And he's got a little girl too, so good luck.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a changed world when it comes to that, and it's very scary because, again, that's why a lot of this happens. There's no fear of consequence, no fear of anything, really.
I agree with Cal says, all kids are different. That's true. They are different.
Very true. Not all kids are like this, mind you. Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that we should treat all kids horribly and miserably. What I'm saying is there has to be some boundaries. There has to be a line, because I think as parents, we've all seen our kids could take certain directions at certain times that could lead them down very, very destructive paths. My son especially. I mean, at one point he was selling weed. I mean, he got done for having a knife. All of the things that you don't want.
Been there, done that. Same kid.
And he'd had so much support in school from me, from his mother, from his his sister, his nan. So much support, so much. And because he got away with everything so much, and everybody just sat him down and patted him on the head and said, let's talk about this, or it's everybody else's fault apart from your own, that he continued to do that.
Yep.
And it wasn't until that day, like I said, sitting in the police station, he's supposed to be getting reprimanded, and he thought it was funny. So when we got outside, I said something to him, and he said something to me that he shouldn't have. I snapped. I grabbed him by the throat. I had him about 2 foot off the floor against the wall. And the very same policeman that was just trying to reprimand him came out, took one look at me, one look at my son, turned around and walked back inside.
Yep.
Because he knew at that point that that it had to stop. Something had to stop there and then. He needed to stop. And
Yes.
Thankfully, it's been a struggle for him, but he's got his own place now. He's got a job. He's a chef. He's
Good.
doing really well, and it changed from that moment because he had to understand that it can't. I couldn't watch him go down that route.
Right.
I wasn't going to allow it, and some people
that's
just
because
will.
we care about our kids. That's exactly what it is. It's not trying to run their life. It's not trying to.
It's not trying to protect them.
Be pushy. It's trying to let them know that we do love you and care about you, and we want you to succeed and do better than we did. And doing what you're doing is not doing that. Okay. And I'm not going to stop telling my kids the things I do until I'm satisfied that they've reached that point.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, he always used to throw it in my face like, well, you smoke weed. I've always smoked weed. I've never hidden that from anyone. I always have, for many different reasons: depression, anxiety, pain, everything. So he always threw that back at me, well, and it's like, well, fine, okay, so learn by my mistakes. If I'm telling you something, if I'm trying to give you advice, it's because I've made those mistakes and I don't want you to do that.
Absolutely. That is a fact.
But like I say, society these days is very blurred, and the lines are fairly non-existent, and I think that's partly why we are where we are. It's crazy world.
Very, very true. And to answer your question, Terry, the only thing that works with a child that doesn't care is finding a way to make them care. And if you can't, there's nothing else you can do. It's not your fault.
A child that doesn't care is, to be honest with you, I've spoken to you before, Dago. I worked in youth support and everything.
Yes.
I've never ever come across a child that doesn't actually care.
There's a wall there. Was that what that is?
A lot of them care. A lot of them are fully aware of, when they're misbehaving or when they're doing the wrong thing. They are aware of that. Part of it is like a game. Part of it is like getting away with stuff. And part of it is the fact that they don't feel cared for.
It's a cry for help in a sense. Yes.
It is. But then it's like, well, I don't care because nobody else cares. So who gives a shit? I'm just going to do this. And yeah. So I think if you think that you've got a child that doesn't care, you need to find that thing that they do care about, because there will be something. And
that's why I said that. That's my answer to it. You need to find something that makes them care, that thing that they care about, and it's there. I'm telling you, it's there. Even with that child I was just telling you about, there was something that he cared about, and that's what it was all about. Because when we were younger, or when he was younger, he didn't. At least he told me he didn't, because that was his wall. That was his defense against whatever he was hurting from. Okay, his child being born is what changed him. That is what he cared about. That is what he saw. And when that child came along, and he turned around and looked at me today and said, "Wow, I understand."
Yeah,
that's what it is. Sometimes it's different for different kids. And again, going back to the beginning, not all kids are like this.
No, they're not.
I have 5 kids that are absolutely amazing children that have turned out to be amazing. Like, okay, not every child. 2 of my children became 2 of my biological children became very distraught after me and the creature, their mother, divorced. I didn't know how to handle that mentally, and I tried and tried and tried to force her to put them through the emotional counseling and stuff. The stuff that I tried to do, she wouldn't have it, because she knew that it would keep them on her lap by not doing that. In turn, now none of them have nothing to do with her. Okay, well, one of them does, but that's because, from what I understand, she sends him money all the time. That's the one that's in prison. That's the only one that will have anything to do with her, because the rest of them have realized she's very fake and does nothing for them and never has. So, again, there's a lot to it, a whole lot to it. But it's all part of this thing I've been talking about, and I, like I said, I wish I would have been able to do it already with this mental health show. But there's a couple that we need to talk about these things, guys. There's a lot that we can. a whole lot we can talk about. So,
I think it's important for everybody to be aware of their own mental health to start with.
I mean, yes, I agree. It helps with you, as in yourself, with inside. Like he just said, even if you're trying to work it to fix somebody else, one of your children, your grandchildren, whatever, it will help with you. It really does. So that's why it's so important and why we're going to be doing it. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to talk much more today because I just realized we're like 3:45 in. So
it's my fault, probably.
No, not at all.
It always seems to go on when I'm up.
Need to be talked about, guys, and that's why we're going to be doing it. Plus, I was excited to be back with you guys. I missed you guys like crazy. It's been great to be back here.
It was weird not seeing you on last week.
So a lot of people said it was weird not being here. This was a daily thing for me. Now I do know that. Go ahead.
I was going to say, usually Mama Bear will put out an update on the community page or something, but
I think she was busy this past week too, and I didn't really communicate with them because I was so out of it that I didn't really, I didn't really get to do anything.
But it's good to have you back, and obviously,
I should have.
I was going to say I'm glad it's because of illness, but that's not how I meant it.
I knew exactly what it was. I know what you mean by that. And a lot of people started to, I'm glad that you're okay and this and that. I think it was Paladin said, proof of life, stuff like that. So yeah, I'm here. And I'm grateful to be here.
It's just things were getting
very
nasty. So. Things were getting quite nasty, and nobody enjoys that.
I think my mother said that me getting sick probably came from partially the stress that I had put myself under because of everything that was going on. It weakens your immune system and all this other stuff. And so, that's where it started, I think. And then I picked up a bug or two and we're kicking through it now. Hopefully by the end of the week after my steroids, I'll be buffing back and, I'm saying, I'm just kidding. But anyway.
No, it's hard though, because I know you try to ignore the bullshit, but there's only so much of it you can ignore before. I mean, I lose my temper with it all. I get angry with it all. That's how I react. I mean, I will say his name because he's probably listening. The detective John is a complete arsehole, and he makes me angry. Makes me rage the fact that he sits there for 4 hours insulting all of my friends and people that I care about.
And you're right, and I've said time and time again, he doesn't bother me, and he really doesn't bother me. You know what makes him bother me is the fact that other people are hearing what he's saying, and then when they come to me, they're mad, they're upset because he said these things about me. And I'm angry with him because they've gotten upset. He doesn't bother me because he's just a joke to me. So, but it does upset other people. I've seen it firsthand, and that's what upsets me. So,
well, it got personal because for me, it got personal when he started going on at Harsh and British people.
Oh my God, yes. You don't even have the right to speak on that. You have no idea what you're talking about. You know what I mean? So
I mean that. I mean, every time he posts anything now, I report it. I've tried to get his page taken down. I don't understand how anybody can just have a platform that spends 4 hours each time berating other people. To me, that's not.
Well,
what is that? What is that for?
Because that's the only thing that makes him feel good, because he's a sad, pathetic little man. That's all. Not even a man, in my opinion, but he's just a sad, pathetic little person, and that's what makes him feel better inside. So that's why he does it, because that's the only thing that gets him to feel alive, in my opinion. So,
but it's just, I don't understand how that's acceptable. When we can't use certain words here, when we're talking about facts.
I know.
We can't say the M word or the B word, and yet somebody there can just spout off.
You can't even say kill or drugs, but you can say the things that they say. You know what I mean?
But he can come out and say disgusting stuff about you and your family, and that's okay. He's actively when it came to Harsh, he was asking people about Harsh's wife who serves in the military. And he's asking people to find him details of Harsh's family. And he had English people in his chat offering to help. I was absolutely disgusted by that. Absolutely disgusted.
That's disgusting. That's our real lives should not ever
that's
come
a
in.
line. You know, this just goes back to what we're talking about. Lines that you just do not cross. You do not. You know, his wife, he says, oh, well, he sits around doing nothing and his wife supports him and all that. They know nothing about him. Nothing. You know, he's a decent guy who works pretty hard.
He really is. He really is. I love him to death. I always have, and I've always supported him. He has no idea who he is. No idea.
You know, but to actively put out that he wants information about this guy's family is just wrong, like I say, and especially as she serves in the military.
Yeah, that's sick.
Yeah.
But that again, that shows the mentality, the maturity level, all of it.
Yeah.
I mean, and especially when he has his own demons from his past, that he goes after other people for things that half the time aren't even true. That are just character flaws that he thinks are his opinion and they're really not. Okay. And like, it blows my mind that it's allowable. Like you said, it really does.
Yeah. And especially like, you know, Mandy Jost just said he should start posting his felonies in chats. Well, that's the thing. A lot of people don't understand. He is a convicted felon. You know, he's got a record of stalking, harassment, all sorts of horrible stuff. That he's not, as far as I'm aware, there's some evidence out there that I've seen that he isn't who he says he is at all.
No.
I've still seen no proof that he is who he says he is. I've seen the opposite of that.
Exactly.
But hey, it just, like I say, it gets to me, and I know it gets to a lot of people.
You can't let it bother you, though, bud, because you're a better person than that, and all that does, I realize, that's another reason why I don't, you guys. If I let that get to me,
yeah.
If I let it bring the dark side of me out, which I do have, we've seen it a couple of times. You guys haven't seen it to its full extent. Molly and Mama Bear and Mikey and a couple other people, they've seen my dark side. I think Brandy's seen it. I can get very deep and dark if I need to, but I don't like that person. I don't want to be that person. Therefore, I sit on that, okay? And I keep that under wraps no matter what anybody says to me. I'm not going to allow. That's what he wants. He wants a reaction. He wants people to get all upset and come after him and counteract his bullshit and get him going. It gives him something to do because he's bored. You're not worth my time. No. You're not worth even a minute of my breath. Okay, not even a little bit.
It's the people that believe it that then spread that throughout all of these different chats.
And sadly, there are people that are stupid. I'm sorry, I hate to say it like this, but I mean, you have to be. You got to be kind of dumb to believe some of the things he says. I'm sorry to say that. I hate to down people. Some people are just very naive, and they want to believe. Now, one thing I've noticed: a lot of the people that go over there are nothing but drama mongers. They're hate mongers. They enjoy this stuff. They get off on this. It's exciting to them. That's why they're there. If it wasn't like that, they wouldn't be there. If he did a regular show, I can promise you this. If he did a regular show where he didn't talk about any of us and he just did the crime thing, his numbers would roll right off.
Yeah.
Because the only thing exciting that he does other than this is he picks himself up off his chair to relieve his hemorrhoids every 10 minutes or so, and then he goes back. That's all he does.
Yeah.
So what's exciting about that? You know what I'm saying? That's it.
Yeah, no. But like I say, it's just the knock-on effect of his words, that's all, that bothers me.
Yes, sir. I do get it. I absolutely get it. But I'm not going to give him what he wants by reacting. I won't.
Like I say, the problem is with me, it seems to be everyone that I sort of care about.
I get it.
He's took it off on you, he's gone off on Harsh, and then he's got an ongoing thing with Lana, and everybody knows that I won't entertain that anywhere with Lana because I'm very loyal.
Absolutely. I understand.
Lucky enough, she gave me a wrench the other day, so I won't stand for it in our chats either anymore.
There you go. There you go.
But like I say, yeah, it's just infuriating. That's all. And I'm just, like I say, I'm glad that it wasn't that, and that she's got a little bit of a poorly chest infection.
Yeah, no, I was actually physically sick. I still am. But like I said, the stress from everything else that had been going on.
Yeah.
I didn't sleep. I wasn't doing things right. I was nonstop fixing this and trying to fix this, spending 4 and 5 days trying to deal with Discord. There's people in here that know all about that I still haven't done right because I don't know what I'm doing. But
that's why I won't do a Discord.
Yeah, it broke me down, and then that allowed for me to actually pick up these bugs a little quicker, and here I am. So
yeah, I won't do Discord because of all that stuff. It's drama. I hate drama. My life is free. Drama-free, you know.
Yes, sir. I agree.
And I don't enjoy the drama. I don't enjoy confrontation unless I'm able to face that person and look them in the eyes. Because I just think if you're going to bring confrontation to me, don't hide behind a screen to do that.
Right.
Well,
that's what they do. They're keyboard warriors. That's the only time that they can do that stuff.
He's just an idiot, and I hope he gets taken down.
Yes.
I've got screenshots of.
I believe in karma.
I've got screenshots of all of his chat. I know who all of they are. I know all of their fake names because they keep giving themselves away. They keep saying, "Oh, it's me, so and so," under a different name, and it's like,
right.
I've got you now anyway, so I know who you are.
Right. Yeah, I do truly believe in karma.
Oh yeah, it will come.
Wholeheartedly, and I think it will happen. It will.
Yeah, it will.
And I'm learning that, Molly, little by little. I learned it was that this past 5 days, was almost near impossible for me to not be in here, and even though I was still sneaking and checking and reading and watching and in the Discord stuff, and I got caught a couple times. I had to have Miss Cassie run me out the door. A couple other people run me out the door, telling me to get out and go away. But I mean, because they care, you know what I mean? And they're like, "We got this. Go sleep, rest, do what you gotta do." Yeah. And I'm like, "Yeah, I know." And here I am peeking in the corner, like, "Hey, what's going on in here?" You know what I mean? So
I think I think the community as a whole is a very loving sort of family vibe from not just here, because a lot of the community here follow each other around to different places.
Yes,
it's what I mean. That's why it's more of a community.
It's a wonderful. That's why I love it too. You're right, Dinky, because I've seen the same people here, Lana, drunk turkey, publicly buzzed over, also over at Rory's, over at Tommy's. It's a community that travels together. That's why when I said to AR, I said, these people will very gladly follow me where I would like them to go to see what's going on over here. If I tell them, go check it out, they will go check it out because they're good people. Because this community is just amazing. I've never seen a group of people that are all as good as all of you guys are come together like you guys do. It's mind-blowing to me. It still is.
Well, people care about each other. That most of the people in chats care about each other, and they're mostly people that they've never met, most likely never will meet. But if somebody's missing for a while, people notice.
That's right.
If somebody's not feeling great, people want to know why. People care, and that's important. And that goes back to the mental health stuff. This is it's an important thing for a lot of people. This community.
That is what is the best thing about every damn one of you guys, and why I absolutely love you guys beyond the words that they speak. You guys, it's amazing to be associated with all of you guys. And you guys, this is what blows my mind, is there's people in here from right here in Ohio where I'm at, but I have people in Thailand, I have the UK, I have Japan, I have Australia, I have and you guys all come together as one family, one unit. If I'm not here for 5 days, everybody's in here going, "Oh my God, where's he at? Is he okay? What's going on? Is this that? Have you talked to him? Have you talked to him? What's going on?" Because you guys are real people, and you guys care about each other and yourself, and that is what matters to me. It's beautiful.
It is. It's important. And like I say, it's important to a lot of people because, I mean, for me, I enjoy it. I enjoy spending time with people here. I don't really enjoy people in the real world very much. I live on my own. I keep myself to myself mostly, so I don't really see a lot of people.
Right.
But, I interact with a lot of fantastic people in this community. And yeah, I think there's some absolutely amazing people. And
you're right. And the coolest thing about that, Dinky, is that we don't have to know each other face to face like this. And I have made some of the best friends. I had Mama Bear and Molly and Mikey and Faux Popper. I would give my life for any one of these people right now, because I'm that close to them and I know that much about them and know the type of people that they are. And I'm not saying I wouldn't do that for any of you guys, but these people alone are like my central unit system that I have to survive. You know what I mean? They're real friends. These are real friends, real people that I could go to their house right now, be welcomed in at the table for dinner, and spend the week there, and I'd leave my kids with them, and I'd be okay with it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'd worry about Vic's logic though, because she'd probably take you for a drink and throw you in the Thames. That's what she threatened to do to me.
Hey, in the end, I guarantee you it would come out the right way.
Yeah, I know. She's lovely, and it was good to see. It's good to see the support as well. I quickly jumped on last night. I was actually in a restaurant, and the person I was with went to the toilet, and I quickly opened YouTube. I saw Nelly B was live, and of course I was trying to quickly say hello and not get caught, but I did get caught. But it was good to see you in there and everyone in there.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Thank you, Marietta, and I am so glad to have you say that. I appreciate you too so very much. Yes, it was wonderful when I seen Nelly live. I was like, "Oh, this is awesome!" I didn't even expect it, but it was nice. It was very nice.
It's cool, isn't it? And it's with Albert, Mr. Hayes, it's just great to see him growing. His confidence is growing really well, and yeah, it's just great to see the whole community come around people. I
Absolutely.
like it, and I like the drama-free side of it. So.
That's so hard. It is so hard, but we stress our minds out trying to make sure that we keep that drama away. It's bound to happen.
Yeah,
but it's the best place to try it. So,
but then that's what you've got us mods.
That's right. I've learned that. I'm slowly learning it more and more. I promise you, it's getting easier. But
who's there's a lady in chat, Rita Boston. Who is Rita Boston? That's not my Boston, is it? Under a different name. Is that Boston Supports Lana? No. Who are you? I'll shut up now, there you go. I'm going to let you go. It's 11:15 here now. Is he gone? Is Dago gone? Yeah, we've lost Dago. Right. This is the Dinky IMO show.
Oh, sorry, I froze for a minute. I don't know what happened. I froze. I was yelling like, "No, I'm here! I'm here!" Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. It just froze up for a second.
I was just about to take over.
Another log on the fire. My blue
yeah.
But anyway.
All right, I'm going to jump off there because it is like 11:15 at night here now.
It's like 6. Yeah, it's 6:15. So I've been going for a minute.
Yeah, Stevie, you don't want to know any of my jokes.
It's always a pleasure to have you up here, my friend. I love you to death.
Yeah, and you, Dago. It's good to see you.
You too. You too. So very much. I missed you guys so very much.
I'm going to say goodbye to everyone in chat. I'm not going to jump back in chat because I've got to eat.
Alrighty, enjoy it.
I shall see everybody soon.
Yes, sir. Hopefully see you guys tomorrow. Well,
thanks,
maybe.
Dago.
I have to figure out my schedule because I got a doctor's appointment. But I will. I'll see you soon, Dinky. Thank you again for joining me. Michael, you as well. Always, Eddie, I love having you guys up here. I appreciate it. I love your opinions, your thoughts, your theories on everything we talk about. I appreciate it. Thank you, Miss Sherry. Again, thank you to anybody that supported the channel by donating to this because, again, yes, I appreciate it. I am 100% crowdfunded. This pays the bills to keep me doing this, and they are coming due. It's not anything expected, but it is 1,000,000% appreciated. So thank you very much again, Sherry. Guys, it's been wonderful. It's been great. I'm glad to be back. I've missed you guys enormously. Hopefully we can get the groove going again and get to rolling. Thank you all for joining me today so very much. Again, I can't even stress how much I missed you guys. This has made my whole day. I may not see you tomorrow, but I will Wednesday because I think I have 2 doctor's appointments now that I think of it tomorrow. But I might make it back in time, so we'll see. Have a great rest of your day, guys. Please, please, please don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change not even one thing about yourselves because you guys are all the beautiful people. I love you to death, and I will see you so very soon. Have a great one, folks. Bye-bye.